It was in 1859 that John Brown led a little band of men against the arsenal at Harper's Ferry. John Brown's pitiful little army was crushed, and John Brown himself was captured. When the commanding officer, Colonel Robert E. Lee, asked John Brown what was his purpose, Brown replied, "My purpose, sir, is to free the slaves." "By whose authority?" asked Robert E. Lee. And John Brown answered, "By the authority of Almighty God." John Brown's body lies moldering in the grave. John Brown's body lies moldering in the grave. John Brown's body lies moldering in the grave, but his soul goes marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. And his soul goes marching on. John Brown died that the slaves might be freed. John Brown died that the slaves might be free. John Brown died that the slaves might be free, and his soul goes marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His soul goes marching on. He captured Harper's Ferry with his 19 men so true. He frightened old Virginia till she trembled through and through. They hung him for a traitor, themselves the traitor crew, but his soul goes marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. And his soul goes marching on. He's gone to be a soldier in the army of the Lord. He's gone to be a soldier in the army of the Lord. He's gone to be a soldier in the army of the Lord, and his soul goes marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. And his soul goes marching on. 2 years after John Brown was hanged, Julia Ward Howe sat in her hotel room in Washington, listening to the regiment sing John Brown's body as they marched to the front. From her windows, she could see the campfires of the Union Army, and as she watched them, a poem began to form in her mind. Have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He is trampling out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored. He hath loosed the fateful lightning of his terrible swift sword. His truth is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, hallelujah, his truth is marching on. "53 years after Julia Ward Howe wrote the battle hymn of the Republic, Ralph Chaplin, a poet, artist and organizer for the industrial workers of the world, wrote Solidarity Forever. The idea had come to him while he was in West Virginia helping the coal miners during one of their great strikes. Chaplin said, "I wanted a song to be full of revolutionary fervor and to have a chorus that was singing and defiant. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. When the union's inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They have taken untold millions they never toiled to earn, but without our brain and muscle, not a single reel could turn. We can break their haughty power, gain our freedom when we learn that the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. In our hands is placed the power greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the might of armies, magnified 1,000-fold. We can bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong.
Hello, everybody. Hello. How we doing? Don't know why, but for whatever reason, my font changed over in Twitch chat and it's driving me fucking nuts. And I've been trying to figure out how to change it back and I can't figure it out. So, whatever. Who cares? Hello. How we doing, folks? Happy Trans Day of Visibility, everybody. How we all doing? Hello, Liz Galahad. What's the font? Comic Sans? Yes! It's awful. Hello, Nine-Tailed Witch. Hello, Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog we know. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello, Miss Evelyn. Hello, Lady Raincloud. Hello, Forlorn79. Hello, Cliff. Hello, Matatiahu. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. Hello, Becky Dog. Hello, Nocturnal8999. Hello, T-Leif. Hello, Coder Joe. Hello, Snoogan. Hello, Natalie the Contractor. Hello, Clueless. Hello, Quiet Kitsune. Hello, the Stegocephalian. Hello, Dustin the Damned. Hello, Kiva and Defer. Hello. How we doing? Sorry you're blue. Hello, CMH006. Hello, Not a Loser. Hello. Megan Fox's giant boobs. Hello. Evelyn M. Hello, Max Danger. Hello, Crochet Whimsy. Hello, Firecrafted Gaming. Hello. Hello. How we all doing? Hello, Ryan. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Agramuglia. Hello, Queer Devil 666. Hello, Mbot. Hello, Raven Lavern. Hello, Mabs Alicorn. Hello, everybody. Hello, hello. How we doing today? I know it's a rough one out there. Oh, Moss Imp, rip indeed. Hello, Big Jerry. Hello, Colette Dean. Hello. Happy Trans Day of Visibility. In 26 minutes, they become invisible. It's true. All trans people become invisible after midnight. The strike of midnight. Some say we turn into pumpkins, but who can say when we all live in pumpkin patches? Hello, Jordan. Why is my mind like this? Why did I make that reference? Like what what's wrong with me? Hello everybody. Let me just pull up something right quick. Hello, Johnny Ramo. Excited to be invisible on radar tomorrow? Oh, I should let my hair down. I intended to do that before I went live, but then I forgot. Whoops. There we go. Don't feed trans people HRT after midnight. Too true. Hello, everybody. I have arrived. I just want to say at the very beginning of the show, remember to hit the like button on the YouTube stream. Very important. Helps people find it. And also, if you haven't, if you're new here, hit that subscribe button, hit that follow button, hit the buttons. I have had far too much Indian food. I'm full. I have my customary issuance trans beverage. Also, I realized that I'd been calculating because I've been on like a fitness journey. I realized I'd been calculating my caloric intake wrong. So I have fixed that and now I'm ready to live my best life. But it is sad to say on less food, but that's okay. Now I finally feel like the last piece is clicked into place. Just realized it's 85 degrees in my apartment. Gross. I genuinely hate tracking calories. You know, I thought I would, but it doesn't make it I don't hate it. I just find it a useful tool to not just act immediately on my first impulse. That's the problem I have. My problem is if you set like a bowl of candies in front of me, I have no self-control. But if I actually have to think about it for a second, that it's nice. It gives me more of a sense of control over my day. Yeah, usually I eat just like if I order from an Indian restaurant, I just eat like half of it because like the full thing feels like too much. But I did not do a very good job spacing out my meals today, and so I just was like, That first bowl was great. Time to eat that second one. What up? And now my body is angry. But that is how it do. Put some mixed pakora and like some chicken makhani or chicken josh in front of me. I'm fucking done. What's up? What's up is that I'm visible today, and that does officially mean if you don't hit the like button, if you don't subscribe, and if you have the ability to but choose not to donate and support this show, you might just be transphobic. It's true. That's the rules on Trans Day of Visibility. Especially if you're an ally, you're obligated to give trans people your money. 10% of your earnings. It's true. The Catholic Church got it from Trans Day of Visibility. That's it's in the Bible. Don't read it too closely. By the way, saw Project Hail Mary tonight. No, OMG, I cannot state how much I love that movie. Oh, hell yeah. Dwiffo!
Transgender pride.
Thank you. Happy Trans Pride to you as well. Thank you very much for giving me those Bezos bucks.
Trans tax.
Hey, Gramuglia, thank you for the $5 super chat. Also, we're getting mighty close to our sub goal here. We might have some spirit science anime in store for ourselves if we make it to our goal tonight. Who can say? All right. Man, I also just have to say, the hairspray I used today turned out so good. What the fuck is with these curls? That's crazy. All right. Let's go. Let's go indeed. Now, I am not going to sugarcoat this for you guys. So my intent for tonight's show, when I set out to like organize it, put it together, etc., was that we would have a show where we covered a bunch of trans topics and news. And unfortunately, I started looking into it, and it's really fucking bad. So we are going to do a segment on
Speaking
trans
of which,
people.
Here's some money. BWA.
And kind of the state of transness in America, and a state of the union, the trans union, as it were. Ashley J. Curtis, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Max Danger, thank you for the membership. I forget if I thanked you, so I'm doing double duty if I already did. And Anime Sidekick Gal, thank you for being a member. Appreciate y'all. And that brings us to... There we go. That means we're talking about trans people's works, like TADC it, right? No. Because I feel the need to talk about like what's going on in the world, but in terms of like legislation we can fight. But YouTube started recommending Femboy Fatale clothing brand to me. I'm pretty sure I'm a cis woman. Okay, but counterpoint, femboy fashion is often very good. Hello, Devil's Advocate Productions. Saw Rob Schneider's comedy set at CPAC earlier today. Oh god, that sounds terrible. Damned Sputnik, hello! Hello, Story the Bard. So we're going to... I need to... God, my microphone is like out of whack right now. Let me just see if I can fix that. There we go. How do I sound? Do I sound okay? I subscribed to you and it turned me transgender. It's true. I am the feminization camp that Biden promised. Hello, Nikki Claire. So, how this is going to work, folks, is that I'm going to show you 2 just kind of neat things that I think are neat. at the beginning. Then I'm going to tell you a little bit of good news. Okay. Then I'm going to get into the section about trans rights and where things stand right now. And that is almost certainly going to make many of you very sad. If you need to step out for that, by all means, I'll give you an opportunity to do so. And then after that, I found an adorable little series about octopi. And then we will have a special guest call in. Sound good? It'll be a nice little palate cleanser. I'm a host over on this space. I've been enjoying your clips I've seen. I like the way you tell stories. I'm glad. Also, folks, check out this space. It's a really great community of leftist content creators. Go check it out. They post clips from my stuff sometimes. So, do with permission, of course. Go check them out. They're great. All right. We're then also there are a bunch of topics after we get through this initial hump, but I know that especially on a day like today and on topics like this that are existential as fuck, it can get really, really difficult. So once we're over that main hump, I think things will be a little bit better for the rest of stream. Hopefully. But I know I've seen it. I've seen it on the I've seen it on the internet. I've seen it in our community. A lot of trans folks are crashing out hard, and I get it. I fucking get it. Okay? Go check out Dinosauria, a series by Dead Sound. It's so good. I do like that. Happy Trans Day of Visibility. I miss seeing you. Oh god, I'm hiccuping. Miss seeing you for a full year? Hell yeah. My titties are even bigger now. It's true. Keep getting bigger. Not quite as big as Christy Gnome's husband's, but you know, maybe one day. Maybe one day the the HRT will will finish its process. Starting a stream at 2:30 a.m. is diabolical. I look, I want y'all to understand I have been going through some IRL shit too that again I'm not going to talk about on stream, but if you guys are ever like why is Jack streaming so late? It's because real life shit is happening and it's been very, very difficult to deal with, but I'm doing the best I can. What? Oh, yeah, so for those who don't know, Christy Gnome's husband, because if you, I know a lot of people were like, well, Christy Gnome's husband is Corey Lewandowski, right? No, 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 no. No, 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 no.
Unlike No Man's Land, you don't need to fake them.
Sake Tanuki. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, and it's true, I don't need to fake them. All I need is some high quality Imogene Olivia lingerie, okay? That's all I need. And folks, that reminds me, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. It's gender euphoric lingerie. So it's lingerie designed for trans femmes or just anyone who really wants to feel femme. It's marketed towards trans femmes though, so that you don't have that feeling that you can get sometimes going to like a cross-dressing website where things are clearly not designed with trans femmes in mind. And go check that out. There is a sale going on today, right now, and it will continue through tomorrow in honor of Trans Day of Visibility. So go check it out. We haven't really been able to do many sales, but this is like one of the sale days. Okay? Check it out. For those who want a little bit more background, essentially, my partner went to one of the best lingerie design schools in the world. Um, and she saw me trying to put on lingerie and realized that like the lingerie industry just doesn't make lingerie that fits trans femmes if they are outside of like a very cis normative sizing range. So yeah, go check out ImogeneOlivia.com because my partner designed it and it's really, really good. I'm wearing it right now. It's super comfortable. And also, there are going to be new sizes and styles and colors coming in the near future. And right now, I want you to know that the sizing is, in fact, very generous. Look at the size chart. I promise that if there isn't anything that will fit you in the near future, we will have something that will fit you. Okay? Hey, Jenny Nya. Also, Magical Idiot, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Very much appreciated. My God. Is it good for hot summers? I've been wearing this for a year and it's become
You could totally call your base of operations Boo Lingerie.
Yes. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 sub socket Tanuki. Is it but I've been wearing this for like the past year since we initially launched. And I can tell you it's been good in all weather. Like it's a bralette, so it doesn't have an underwire, which might not be great for some people, but I have fairly large girls, you know? And even like the way this bralette is designed, it's designed to give you like support. And even after wearing it for a year, you know, it start there of course wearing it all the time for a year is going to have an effect on its like structure as it would with any bra, but it is extremely comfortable, and I've worn it in all weather. It's very good.
Jack, there are times when we need people like you, McFoley, Dolly Parton and Jack Kirby to remind us of the Americans I know we can be, despite everything. Much love to our non-American chatters too.
What a pantheon of people to be included in. My God, you seriously put my name up there next to Dolly Parton and Jack Kirby? One of the all-time jackers? That's what we call one another. The Galadin is what's known in the business as a short stack, and the girls appreciate Imogene Olivia. Fuck yeah, that's what I love to see. Because also, there are cis ladies who've been buying Imogene Olivia because it's just, like, better suited to people who have larger rib cages or want an expanded gusset so there's not any kind of, like, front wedgie situation going on. Go check that out. And also, I have seen cis men posting thirst traps in Imogene Olivia, and I can tell you, it looks fucking good on you guys. All right, you're fucking owning that shit. Yes, Observer 42069. I'm a girl named Jack. It's true. Are there plus sizes for when I have money? Go look at the sizing chart because there are plus sizes, but the size range is skewed larger on purpose. And so, like, even if we have a size you think you might not fit in, do look at the size chart. It is not designed to make you feel bad about your body like traditional lingerie sizing, frankly, is. Oh yeah, I got really sidetracked here. So Christy Gnome's husband, who is not Corey Lewandowski, is named Byron Gnome, which I gotta be honest, sounds like a name I would pull out of my ass while DMing a game of Dungeons and Dragons for like a side character in a tavern. But that being said, apparently he got caught by the Daily Mail going online and talking with various women and flirting with them and sending them pictures of himself in short shorts and massively inflated tits. And that is a thing that is all too real. I've seen the pictures. So, yes. That is what I was referencing earlier. I'm somewhat of a jacker myself. Wasn't Jack Kirby that famous comic artist? Yeah. Byron Gnome is a joke character from Session 1 that sacrifices himself to save the party from the big bad evil guy in Session 60. Yeah, and then he's like the cause for the entire party to take a hard turn on their adventure path to go, I don't know, find a wish spell so they can bring back Byron Gnome from the dead. It's gonna be something like that. Just been listening while I'm editing a thumbnail, and damn, you look amazing tonight. Thank you. Okay. So, I just wanted to open up stream by sharing a trailer for a game that I thought just looked really pretty as far as, like, 2D pixel art goes. So, there's a game coming up called, Spark Ignites. It's going to be, going live, for Steam Early Access, in April, so in a couple days. Usually I'm not one to, like, hype an early access release or anything, but I thought this looked really cool. Let's check it out. Yeah, I just the pixel art combined with kind of that 2.5D like HD style with the different camera angles on things happening. I just thought that was really cool and really pretty. I like the different angling that they're using, you know? Very triangle strategy and a little bit rough around the edges because it's being made by not a mainstream studio. This is being put together by Ignicorvus Studios, which I've never heard of before, but very, very cool. Have I ever heard of Subliminal? I have heard of Subliminal. It is a very cool Backrooms inspired game.
Warning. Viewer discretion is advised.
Hey, Pappy Theist.
Hello and welcome. Your safety is our priority. As you embark on your experience, please take note and remember these few tips to ensure a safe and pleasant journey. Stay calm and composed. Panic can cloud your judgment and disorient you. Take a moment to take a deep breath, relax,
This is
and
a fun
continue
trailer.
along your journey. Use your light source to help you navigate through the experience. Doing this ensures that there are no unwanted surprises and keeps you fully aware of your surroundings. Avoid making eye contact with any unfamiliar faces. This is mandatory, and failure to do so will result in an overwhelming and self.
Yeah, this game is very cool. Very cool. And you know what? Worth noting that it is connected to the other cool thing I wanted to show you today, which is we got the full trailer now for Kane Pixel's The Backrooms. Or Backrooms, just Backrooms. His collaboration with Blumhouse. Let's and A24. Let's check it out.
I found something in the store.
Okay. What did you find?
Chiwetel Ejiofor, let's go!
I found a place.
हम जमीन के रहने वालों की तरफ से
Hello?
आपको खुशामदीद कहते हैं।
Anyone there?
Look, I know how this sounds, but you gotta understand, it's massive in there.
I'm not saying I don't believe you.
Okay, I'm gonna come back here with proof.
All right, you feel me?
Yeah. Follow my lead.
Clark, what is this?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. I've been here every night since I found the place, and I still barely scratched the surface. All right, just take it slow.
Oh my God.
Pull me up, pull me up, pull me up! What do you see?
All these rooms. This place builds them. It's like a maze. It just goes on and on. Sometimes I'm scared I'll get lost.
Clark, can you hear me? I don't understand. What is this?
It's beautiful. Am I right?
Hello?
I love this. I love this. I love that this kid got to like grow up making this shit, and now he gets to make a full feature film on like something he poured so much effort into onto YouTube. It's so cool. The sound editing is killer. Also, Chiwetel Ejiofor is an incredible actor. I've loved him in every single thing I've ever seen him in. Like, he's really good. Like, I don't know what kind of magic had to be done to summon the lead actor of 12 Years a Slave to star in Kane Pixel's debut film. But, like, damn, that's cool. Oh, Blumhouse isn't just the Five Nights at Freddy's people. Blumhouse is a huge studio. It looks so good. It really does. I'm scared. It's creepy. So good. I know it seems weird, but like in a weird way, I like seeing this happen for him. I'm like weirdly parasocially proud, you know? It's just really, really cool. Vita Carnis would be a very cool adaptation as well. Honestly, if Backrooms does well, I would expect some of the more obscure, like, and popular analog horrors to be tapped for, you know, additional expansion into films.
Everyone, did you exercise today? The fascists did, why haven't you?
Hell yeah, Uncle Simric. I have worked out today. I did good. I did real good. Also, thank you for being a member. Very much appreciate you. All right. Are you guys ready to talk about the first piece of good news? Okay. We're going to do a little bit of good news just to kind of like set some hopefulness as our intention for the stream. And then we're going to dive into the muck. Okay? Here we go. So, folks, I want to talk a little bit about how I've been wrong. And in particular, how I've been wrong is I've cast some doubts as to whether or not AOC is going to run for president in 2028. And I just have to say, I think she's going to go for it. I think she's going to go for it. And I know a lot of people are like, oh, AOC is a sellout, AOC is this and that, the other. But I do have to tell you, as far as potential contenders for the presidency in 2028, she's the best we got. As somebody who actually has a shot and who actually has fairly decent politics and a desire to do actual working class change in this country, that's what we got. And I know a lot of people are going to have problems with her. That's fine. But I think that she might actually be the one to do it. Okay? And part of the reason I want to talk about this is because City and State editor Peter Stern was on hand tonight for the New York City DSA candidate forum. And AOC attended this forum, even though she does not need its endorsement. She does not need like their support in order to win a re-election in any case. So her attendance on this forum is, well, it's interesting, right? And it indicates to me that she's trying to consolidate support behind her for something that isn't just winning re-election. And the other thing that is really, really cool about tonight's candidate forum is that the New York City DSA was able to get AOC to commit to voting against any future spending on arms for Israel, including for defensive armaments like the Iron Dome. So I know a lot of people have had issues with AOC voting on bills in order to achieve other legislative aims that include funding for the Iron Dome in particular. But it seems like she's come around on that. She has changed her stance. DSA gets a win here, and she's also consolidating DSA support. And I think that this is I think it's an interesting and definitive first step towards making a run for something more than just her own seat. A lot of people were speculating she might run against Chuck Schumer. I don't think she's going to run against Chuck Schumer. I think she is gearing up for the race for the presidency. It's like, as far as anyone else in the field right now, she's the one who is actually showing up and listening and changing for working people in a way that actually matters. We need a lefty to run. Yeah, and I mean, she's been touring with Bernie Sanders. Like, she has been set up as the torchbearer for Bernie. And, Bernie's too old to run. He's just too old. And honestly, if he did run, I think that he would take AOC as his running mate, as a VP pick. But I think she would be doing the vast majority of the campaigning. And I think it would be understandable to anyone with eyes why exactly that would be. So I'm not super hopeful for a Bernie Sanders additional run, but I do think I do think AOC is going to make a play for it. And I think it is going to be very important to support her however we can if she does do that. So watch TYT try to undermine her campaign by campaigning with Tucker. Well, what? Are you implying that the Young Turks would ever sell out the rest of the left for money?
Live from the Polymarket studio in LA.
Whatever would give you that idea? That's crazy. Anyway, all I'm saying is there's going to come a time in the not too distant future where we're going to have to contend with not just hypothetical candidates who are going to run for president, but actual people throwing their hats in the ring. And I know that there's been kind of a viral image going around from, I forget which, maybe MSNBC or MS Now, whatever it's called, with like 20 different candidates on it. Can I pull that up real quick? Images. Boo. God. Maybe I need to do a ranker of the different candidates. I don't know. Would you guys be interested in that? That's kind of like internet-y content as I look for this this image that I'm very specifically thinking about. Where are you? God. Yes. No, fuck. Never mind. You guys don't need to see the picture. There's just a lot of different candidates seemingly gearing up to throw their hats in the ring. And it's, it's going to get messy. It's gonna get real messy.
In B4 AOC.
AOC. Indeed. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. So anyway, I'm just hopeful. I think it's a good thing. I think it is a good thing for progressives to throw their hat in and try. And even if they fail, I think that if you fail in the right way, it isn't a failure so much as another brick being built up in a much wider movement toward victory. You know? Okay, maybe I'll look into that, Boys Berries. Yeah, it helps build the platform for future victories. So anyway, I think that's cool. I think it's great that AOC has shifted. I think that it shows a willingness to understand the current political winds and actually meeting that thing, right? Yeah, and Forlorn 79, you're 100% correct. We aren't really going to know who's actually throwing their hat in the ring until after the midterms this year. Likely not until like January, February of next year. But that being said, while people haven't formally thrown their hats in the ring yet, they are trying to position themselves to do so. And I think that is, well, it's interesting to see. If we have time tonight, I want to take a look at Ted Cruz's speech from CPAC, because I think Ted Cruz is one of those guys who's going to be jockeying to try and replace Donald Trump. So, people are definitely moving themselves, shifting around to make a play for it. The same way a bunch of the establishment centrist Dems are trying to pretend they have no idea who APAC is anymore. And I don't know how successful their attempts to distance themselves are going to be. So, all that said, folks, we need to get organized now. The time to get organized for the midterms, right now. Okay, I'm going to be actually in talks with how, I can help mobilize on a larger scale this coming week or next week. And I'm also going to be trying to get you guys more opportunities to get involved beyond just, ending every segment by saying, hey guys, join your local Dems, join your local DSA. It'd be great if we had kind of like a web portal for you guys to take advantage of and be able to navigate easily. Maybe I'll see if there's a way we can put together something like that. I'm not really sure. But needless to say, now is the time for us to be getting our shit together and showing up in our local communities. So join your local Dems, radicalize them, make them more progressive, kick out those establishment bought Dems. Yeah, you do not have to put up with people who would sell you out to an oligarch. Okay, who would sell you out to big tech or to AI data centers. You don't have to put up with that. You have agency. You are a regular guy. You have agency. You are a regular guy. You can join the Dems. You are a regular guy. You can make a difference. You are a regular guy. You can also join your DSA. You are a regular guy. You can put forward working class policy. You are a regular guy. You can network in your communities. You are a regular guy. You can make friends.
Don't we have to have 2 web portals, one blue and one orange, so they can work properly?
It's true. If you only have one portal, you can get a Cave Johnson situation. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated. And Dot Audio is Hopecore. You are a regular guy. You deserve healthcare. You are a regular guy. You deserve to retire. You are a regular guy. You deserve good things. Like, honestly, excellent stuff. So anyway, Join your local Dems, join your local DSA. If you need help doing that and don't know where to start, join our Discord. Reach out to GamerG for help with your DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. We can get you onboarded and get you started going to those meetings, connected with your local group. And also, folks, you can do cool shit. You just have to go. You just have to show up. You just have to become known. You are a regular guy. You can be known. All right. Also, credit to Jacob Wysocki for the framework of that bit. But I do think it's very effective.
Remember, if you don't vote in your primary, Corpu compromise candidates will imble the participation trophy president to demonstrate how one man's ego can cost us all.
Too true. Red Rudy, thank you for the $10 super chat. But how if? What is this?
Rat is this. The rats are all like this. The rat goes like this. So the rat's like this. The normal rat is like this. That's the normal rat. Like this, like this. It sniffs. It's like this for quite a while. He's like this. And then maybe he sniffs. You are now a normal rat.
You know, just want you guys to know, Sake Tanuki is a bit of a prophet and might know a segment that is coming up in the near future that I know is going to delight you guys. So, just letting you know, I already had that in the old bean cannon, which is what I call the... I don't call anything that. I don't know why I said that. Anyway, also, folks, remember, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Comments longer than 8 words really help in the algorithm. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, non-tucking lingerie, and it's also elegant and beautiful and sexy. So check it out. I'm wearing it right now. It's wonderful. It actually, the bralette provides a lot of support. And you know what? Go check it out. Link down in the description. Let's keep on going. The old B cannon is just an ass. How does anyone fail to notice that Jordan Peterson is crazy? I mean, anyone who's even remotely familiar with what he talks about would be able to identify it, I believe. Oh, Story of the Bard, you're absolutely correct. Graham Plattner is going to win in Maine. Obviously that's gonna like spur a colossal conversation in the wider, online space. But, it seems like in a matchup with Susan Collins, like Graham Plattner fucking steamrolls her. So, and Janet Mills just is basically dead in the polls. Have I tried Passion Fruit Monster? I think I have. I'm not sure. Let's see. Hello, DGen Station. All right. Let's go. We're diving into our first real segment of the night. Let's do it. So, folks, we've got to talk about Trans Day of Visibility. It's Trans Day of Visibility right now, actually, as I speak. And I really wanted this to be a segment of just like cool stuff that trans people are up to, cool art that trans people are making, etc. But then as I sat down to prep this show and segment, I realized that I hadn't talked about a lot of different problems besetting the trans community right now, and that I needed to go over this. Because as a trans person, I have been to a little extent here, trying to protect myself and my mental health by not diving headfirst into all of this. I will charitably call it a cesspool of hatred being directed towards trans people and our rights here in America. And it's time to do that so that we can talk about kind of the state of trans rights in America. And it's going to be an uncomfortable dialogue that we're going to get into here. And I want to recognize that up front and just give you guys an out. Like, hey, this is going to be a rough segment. And I do think that there is hope. But again, as with so much in the Trump administration right now, that hope is predicated on people coming together, people organizing, and, fighting back by not just passively accepting the destruction of trans rights in this country, and instead standing up and saying, no. So let's talk about it. Now, the first thing that I wanted to talk about today is specifically that the Supreme Court issued an almost unanimous decision today regarding a Colorado law against conversion therapy. And I do want to be clear about what this specific Supreme Court ruling is and is not. Okay? This is not legalizing, hooking up gay or trans people to car batteries to shock them into being straight or cis. That is not what this decision does. It is not like we need to be realistic about what it is. However, what it does say is that the Supreme Court will not really take a side in whether or not talk therapists can engage in what is considered conversion talk therapy. And that is actually a really wide array of interventions when it comes to conversion therapy. And talk therapy can also be, of course, extraordinarily harmful. I would recommend, by the way, if you want a history of conversion therapy, Philosophy Tube did an incredible job breaking down kind of the history of conversion therapy. And I would highly recommend it if you are in the headspace to be able to just stare into an absolute abyss of awful, awful stuff that has been done to transgender and queer people in general. Okay? Absolutely wild they would allow this on free speech rights. Well, so what they are doing is not outright allowing it. What is happening here, and I would recommend folks, if you want to do more reading on this, I would recommend checking out this article by Law Dork. Chris Geidner does incredible work covering jurisprudence here in America, and it's a very good piece. It goes over Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson's dissent, where she calls it she calls out the majority of the court for making talk therapy effectively unregulatable, and that the fallout could be catastrophic. Because of course, when you say that people who are ostensibly providing a medical service, a medical mental health service, can advocate for treatments that are not successful, like conversion therapy has never worked. but you can allow these people to pursue quack quack claims of being able to convert people. You can, and this is bad. She is absolutely right, right? And I want to be clear here. Geidner does a really good job here breaking it down. Colorado's effort to justify the law as a traditional licensing law, Gorsuch wrote, doesn't work. Whatever traditional interest a state may have in ensuring a professional possesses a particular set of qualifications, that interest does not automatically entail a right to dictate a professional's point of view. Colorado's law, he stated, of Child's case, censors speech based on viewpoint. The problem with that, Jackson countered, is that regulation of the practice of medicine is pervasively and unavoidably viewpoint-based. When a state establishes a standard of care or punishes a doctor for providing care outside of that standard, it necessarily limits what medical professionals can say and do on the basis of viewpoint, which is true. You can't just say, well, my viewpoint is that you should inject bleach into your veins. I'm a doctor with a PhD. I just inject bleach. Like, you cannot legally do that as a doctor. You can't tell people legally as a doctor to do that. Not just because it is against the professional obligations you have to, your colleagues, not just because of, idealistic doctor-patient relationships, but because it is illegal to harm patients like that, right? And what is happening here with this case is a grave miscarriage of justice, because essentially the Supreme Court is kicking this back down to a lower court to reevaluate it on free speech grounds rather than what the court initially ruled on, which is, of course, professional licensing grounds. And the grounds for professional licensing are pretty strict. The grounds for free speech in America are pretty not strict. So it is likely that effectively the Supreme Court decision made today is going to have sweeping implications. And the mystery that a lot of people ran into with this case is, why did the other two liberal justices side with the conservative majority? And the answer to that is apparently out of fear. They realized that if conservative justices were going to rule this on free speech grounds, they wanted to also air concerns that if, for example, they were to uphold this decision and be the majority, right, that what would happen is that it would allow states to pass laws banning gender-affirming talk therapy, which could also have sweeping negative ramifications across the country. So those are kind of like the different arguments at play here from the conservative majority as well as from the liberals who, also went with the majority. And it's just, it seems to be a case where the court has gotten either ideologically invested in the outcome of this, basically, allowing conversion therapy to take place via talk therapy, just on ideological grounds. As we know, some of the conservative justices are quite ideologically compromised, we'll say. And on the flip side of that, you have justices getting lost in the weeds when it comes to the actual, like, jurisprudence of it, like kind of the textual element of it. And it really seems that the only person who is looking at this and saying, hey guys, we should be looking at the broader picture and how this is going to affect actual real people. And that was obviously Justice Jackson. And it's there's nothing good here. nothing good about this case is going to come about. It is yet another reminder that if we seek, queer liberation, if we seek the liberation of transgender people in this country, to allow trans people to live and thrive as equals with cis people in society, what is going to be required is the Supreme Court needs to be changed. We need to pack the court. We need to ensure that this kind of conservative judicial malpractice can never be repeated again. This is, I mean, it's just an unspeakably awful decision, all across the board. And yeah, and I get the Kagan Sotomayor position for sure, and I imagine that part of the reason they went with the majority is so that they could add their reasoning to the decision in order to strengthen kind of the precedent for not regulating the speech of talk therapy, so that actual therapists can continue to practice. But the real solution here is we just should not be allowing conservatives who are so fucking in the weeds to be running policy in this country through the Supreme Court. Now, we also, of course, need to talk about we do need to talk about the fact that the Trump administration has been pushing everywhere to attack trans people and destroy the rights of trans people to actually live and thrive and survive and be able to get the care we need to live, right? An example of this has been the concerted attack on on trans youth. And a lot of people, still to this day, in the Democratic Party, seem to be holding on to this idea that, oh, we don't understand why, what do Americans want? Golly gee, we don't get it. Hey, we need to understand what is happening. And I gotta be honest with you, the prime offender that I'm thinking of here is Alyssa Slotkin. I have a theory. What works in the middle of the country will work on the coasts, but not in reverse. That's why we need to hear from people in places like Michigan, Idaho, and Kansas City, because I'm in the business of winning elections, and we're all seeing what happens when Democrats lose focus on the middle class. And it's just I gotta be honest with you, this is just an attack on trans people. Every single Democrat that talks like this makes the argument that, oh, well, we lost focus on the middle class because we were too busy defending LGBTQ people. That's the argument here. It's what frustrates me so much about this particular brand of Democrat. And especially when this isn't a problem that you need to necessarily talk with a bunch of people to. You don't need to talk about this because you can just open a newspaper and look at the effects. The Trump administration is using Medicaid money to try and block hospitals and health clinics from providing gender-affirming care to minors. It started as an issue around trans youth in sports, and then it blew up to trans youth getting access to healthcare in general, and they aren't going to stop there. Project 2025 and the Conservative Project has always been, how do we eliminate trans people from society? And frankly, what method that they're trying to use right now is dangling that Medicaid money in front of hospitals and hoping those hospitals close down their gender-affirming care programs for youth. And in the future, they're going to try and expand that to close down hospital care for gender-affirming care for adults, essentially. And this is all happening across the country in a concerted effort. There's an article in the Boston Globe about how Massachusetts families are getting more and more worried because of limits on gender-affirming care for children being pushed by the Trump administration into hospitals. And Massachusetts is not unique in that regard. This is happening all across the country in a myriad of different places. And one of the things that I really wanted to look at here was, here we go. The fact that while all of this is happening, right? While all of this is happening, conservative Democrats and, establishment Democrats who don't really want to have pro-working class economic policy, they just want to kind of virtue signal, use the buzzwords that are given to them by like Third Way and whatnot. And what they really want to do is use those buzzwords and then also use trans people as a way to show their conservative credentials. And this is not going to work long term, because effectively what they're doing is they're just cribbing out of the Republican playbook. And the Republican playbook right now is double, triple, quadruple down on hating trans people and pushing anti-trans legislation, right? And conservative Democrats are trying to play catch up, these centrist Dems. And this is all coming at a time when the New York Times even is acknowledging there is scant evidence that transgender rights were a top concern motivating voters in the 2024 election, and transgender and non-binary people are estimated to be about 1% of the country's population. So even the New York Times is out here being like, well, actually, it doesn't really seem like hating trans people moved people in the general election of 2024. But a lot of conservatives are still harping on that because it's kind of their brand now. They have nothing else to offer other than hatred. And frankly, centrist Dems are trying to do the exact same shit that Republicans are doing, just with different branding. And it's deeply, deeply frustrating to see, especially as more and more attacks have mounted. This piece from Mother Jones, just a handful of days ago, I had to sit with it. It chilled me to my core, because there's a historical precedent. Trump's minions have quietly disappeared most federal data on gender identity. Some agencies went even beyond what the president ordered on day one. So basically, guys, of more than 500 federal databases affected by Trump's myriad executive orders, nearly 3/4 were revised because of the Defending Women order alone. Most of the cases involved removing trans-inclusive gender identity options from survey forms, leaving people to choose between male and female. And yeah, these changes have affected really critical programs like the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, or data collections about runaway and homeless youth. And it's more than just petty, right? This is, if you had to be analogous about this, there is another period of time during which data and research on trans people was destroyed. And many of you may be familiar with it, even if you don't know exactly the event I'm talking about. Back in the Weimar Republic of Germany, there was the Institute of Sexology. And this was where a lot of cutting-edge research on trans people was done in the early 1900s. Okay, this is where, one of the first places in the Western world where, like, trans people could go and they could get actual identification, giving them the ability to navigate society as their chosen gender. And a lot of irreplaceable research was done during that time. The Nazis burned it. Most of the famous book burnings you've seen in photographs are actually burning of the research outside the Institute of Sexology in Berlin. Yes, the Magnus Hirschfeld Institute of Sexology. And when I see the US government doing what amounts to a mass digital book burning by removing this data from accessibility, from existence, well, I feel a chill go down my spine. And it's very, very scary. And, you know, I'm always an advocate of we need to base ourselves in the reality of the situation we find ourselves in and not try and imagine new scary shit happening. But this is one of those things where no matter how I think about it, this raises a just an entire field of red flags for me. Okay? And I mean, you've also got this story from, again, the same day, by the way, as the previous one about how transgender identity data being removed by the federal government. Transgender women athletes banned from the Olympics by new IOC policy on female eligibility. They're going to start doing sex testing of female athletes or women who choose to participate as women in the Olympics. And I want to remind everyone that this is being done a month after a massive, massive study was done. Let me, I thought I had it pulled up. I didn't actually have it pulled up. Dang. It doesn't link to the study. Damn. Okay. However, I am familiar with the study. Basically, guys, a huge metadata study came out analyzing data from over 50 other studies and involving a total sample size of over around 6,500. And what this meta-analysis shows is that they're after 1 to 3 years on HRT, any kind of athletic performance difference normalized. If you're a trans woman and you're on HRT, after 1 to 3 years on HRT, your athletic ability is brought down to parity with that of a cis woman. Which largely, by the way, parallels my findings when I looked through mountains of studies on this several years ago, right? And it's nice to have that confirmed. Basically, if you actually are familiar with the data, the only question is, should athletes be on 1 year of HRT before they switch divisions, or 2? Maybe even 3. But, like, what is happening now is just, it is all a reactionary backlash against the fact that trans people exist, and we are becoming bolder and louder and braver and more vibrant and beautiful with every passing year. And it is causing a certain segment of the world to be scared. And those people aren't scared because we present any threat to them physically. They are scared because our existence and our ability to question their assumed truths about themselves and about the world, it scares them. They are afraid to ask questions about their own identity. Because if a trans woman can so easily set aside her identity as a man and embrace an identity as a woman, well, what does that mean to people who have built their entire lives on the idea that they are men? It's one of the reasons why cis men tend to just, not all cis men, obviously, but a lot of cis men get weirded out by trans women. You know, there is this inherent questioning by our existence. It's sad, really. Our existence messes with their normal. Exactly. Exactly. Is this the study? Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. I believe this is the study. Yes. It's frankly just awful. It's just awful. Okay? And that really brings me to this point. What we're seeing right now is not a logical reaction to trans people existing. And I'm sure almost all of you know that, right? Our existence is natural. Trans people have always existed. Intersex people have always existed. I want to remind everyone that the idea or knowledge of how sex works is relatively recent. Yeah, like as a species, you know, the idea of gender predates the understanding of biological sex. Just that's a fact for you to hold on to. And
I love your content and thanks. You give me confidence to be who I am.
Hell yeah, Ravenstar Games. And thank you for the $10 super chat. And you are seen on this Trans Day of Visibility. Appreciate you. But it's also worth noting that, like, what we're seeing right now is an escalation. If it feels like a lot right now, if you're trans and you're feeling, like, completely overwhelmed, as I am too, you know, I want you all to know, as a content creator, I'm a human being, and I'm overwhelmed by this shit. Like, there's frankly not very much precedence for the degree to which trans people are being targeted right now in the United States. For making up about 1% of the US population, there have been 300 plus laws passed in the States over the past 5 years. And the bills being introduced have, of course, escalated. You know, the number of bills being introduced, not every bill being introduced is being passed. And so when we're looking at the news and seeing, oh, this state introduced a bill, and this state introduced a bill, and this state introduced a bill, it can be so overwhelming. It is essentially a flood the zone strategy targeting very specifically trans people. And I want you all to understand that there's not really a precedent in US history for this many bills being introduced to target such a small minority so quickly. There's just not really an analogous situation, right? So if it feels a lot, if it feels anomalous, it is anomalous, okay? And I mean, we're talking about all of this when, you know, the state of Iowa, I think it was just this past year. Time is losing all meaning for me right now. It's so much has been happening. But Iowa has become the first state ever to remove civil rights protections that previously existed. They passed a law to remove civil rights protections from trans people. It's the first time that has ever happened in US history. That any state has removed civil rights once granted. And it was barely a blip in the national conversation. I have a theory. I think they are pushing so hard because they know that if they don't soon, they won't get a chance to. I mean, that's definitely part of it. And Jason Kelly, thank you for being a member. But the other part of it is anti-trans bills are effectively Republican busy work. It can look like they are doing something for, the Republican cause while actually not harming the majority of their constituents, not doing anything to provide any material, assistance to their constituents, certainly, unless their constituents are millionaires and billionaires. But it's effectively just a way for them to look busy and loyal to the cause without actually doing anything that would help their base. It's just a way to look busy. And we are a convenient scapegoat for everything that is going wrong. And I wanted to talk also about this, because this has made me so fucking angry. Right? Idaho's governor signed into law earlier today, making transgender use of bathrooms in the state of Idaho a felony. So if you are in the state of Idaho now, and you use a bathroom that aligns with your gender identity, that might not align with the sex you were assigned at birth, you can be charged as a felon with up to 5 years in prison for needing to pee as a trans person. I do want to remind people that another part of what this administration has done is effectively turn prison into detransition camps. They don't need to do conversion therapy if they just arrest you first. Because in the conservative worldview, transgender people are an anomaly who can simply be tortured until we, turn out okay. It's what conversion therapy has always been about. It's why they are intentionally making the system cruel for trans people. Their hope is that by making the world as cruel and as hard and as jagged as possible, that they will stop our existence from happening. That people like us will simply look at the world and say, it's too difficult to be trans, I guess I won't. And I want to make it clear here that, of course, this isn't going to stop people from being trans. What it is going to do, however, is it's going to scare a lot of people into the closet. It's going to terrify a lot of kids who are trying to find hope in the world. It is going to lead to people dying, predominantly children who see a world where they think there's no hope for things to get better. Or it will lead to those people fleeing the state and finding a place that won't persecute them like this. Right? Either way, when you criminalize the use of bathrooms out in public, and we're talking private bathrooms, public restrooms on government property, etc. When you criminalize that, the entire purpose is to push trans people out of having the ability to leave their homes. Right? So their goal is just to remove trans people from society outright. But we will persist. And, on Trans Day of Visibility, of course, Ohio's House introduced a bill to do exactly what Idaho has done, plus so many other additional hateful caveats. This new bill in Ohio bans trans people from bathrooms, even in private businesses. And also, much like the Kansas law, it invalidates people with IDs that have changed their gender marker. And I want to be clear. It also forces teachers in schools to misgender children if they are trans. Want to be clear, this has not passed. It's merely been introduced as legislation in the state of Ohio. But if it gets through the House, gets through the Senate, and gets signed by the governor in Ohio, then it will become the law of the land. Wasn't it Idaho? I'm talking about another one, Brassman. Idaho passed the bathroom ban already. They did that today. But also today, Ohio introduced this bill. This is what I mean, right? What I mean when I say this feels like a lot. We're talking like every single day in so many different states. There are so many bills being introduced or reintroduced to try and eliminate trans people from society. And it's really, really fucking scary. And I know that it's scary. Okay? They waited until today, of course, because their intention is to make us scared. Their intention is to make us afraid. Their intention is to be as cruel as possible so that we simply stop. And yes, Starm, the conservatives want us to kill ourselves. They want us to die. The cruelty in these bills is such that they know that it will cause trans kids and trans adults to take their own lives or harm themselves. They simply do not care because we are useful political pawns to them, dead or alive. And I think that one of the things that we need to all get wised up to real quick is the idea that we need to organize. You know? We need to organize. We need to organize. Because right now, men smoking cigars, dressed up on fancy leather furniture, they're lounging about and talking about how, how manly they are. How, it's great to be a man. It's great to be a woman, but not like that when it comes to trans people, right?
And I love women. Let me be very clear about this.
But
and in fact, I have quite the reputation for loving them a bit too much. Yeah. And my wife helps, by the way. So y'all can kiss my ass. But the point I'm trying to make.
Wait, your wife helps the hyperga? No,
You got girlfriends, G.
Really?
Yeah, man. I live the dream, bro. I live the dream.
Yeah. Do you think having these girlfriends is good for the girlfriends?
Can be. Yeah, in many ways.
In the long term, is it good for the girlfriends?
That's a very interesting question. I think that it would be a long-winded answer because I help them in so many ways.
Yep.
But I think in the stage they are in their life, that it generally is a good thing. I know that they want to be with me. I know that they follow up a lot, and I'm busy. Again.
Can I just say, just real quick, if you're a real alpha male, you understand that when you sit down in a chair, you're supposed to unbutton your jacket. Just as an FYI, the reason your suit looks silly as hell when you're sitting like that is because you're supposed to open the suit jacket. I'm sorry. That's just, that's just a fact, right? But you've got these two guys, these two absolute jackasses, sitting in like a room that looks like it was designed for Dr. Evil, smoking cigars and talking, oh man, I'm just so manly. I fuck a lot of ladies and I'm real good for them. And, my wife's real cool. She lets me fuck other ladies. And, we're going to smoke some cigars and be on this leather. The performance of masculinity here is so unbearably funny to me. And it's just everything that these people do, and the guy, the guy who's just incredulously asking questions there, Michael Knowles, he's sworn on stage multiple times to destroy transgender ideology. These people who hate the idea of gender as performance have nothing at the end of the day besides performance. It is crazy to me. And they are out there being like, it should be illegal for women to wear pants. It should, we should have bathroom cops like they had in England. We should have, we should live in a better, safer world where, those trans people are kept in their place. And of course, as we all know, for a lot of conservatives, the place that they want trans women is in their beds. But, I digress. It's so frustrating that these people will like fetishize us in private while also publicly denouncing us to attempt to destroy our rights, etc. And ultimately, it's all in service of a plan that cannot be accomplished. You will never be able to stop transgender people from happening. Even if they got their wish and every trans person in the country was, they pressed a button, all of us disappeared, there would be another generation of trans people. Because trans people are natural. Trans people happen. Trans people exist. And I want you all to know that at the end of the day, we need to organize, not just trans people, but trans people, allies, wherever we can get them. We need to organize. Organize in your Democratic Party. Kick out these transphobic, centrist Democrats. Join your local Democratic Party. Kick them out. Join your local DSA. Kick out any transphobes in there. Work together with working class people, because guess who's overwhelmingly working class, folks? That's right, it's trans people. And so, when we are talking about going forward, we exist. We are going to continue to exist. And we have to fight for our right to take up space on this earth. Because if we don't, they're going to try and take every single inch we got. Not like that. Except in a few cases, maybe. All right? Like, man, poor choice of words there. Oh boy. But, that being said, we gotta organize. It's the only way forward. If you need help organizing, join your local Dems, join your local DSA. You can join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help organizing with DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help organizing with your local Dems. And I also just want to say, one of the ways you can also organize and boost this idea of trans inclusivity and trans rights as human rights, as a, not just like a slogan, but as a platform level issue, is in your local Democratic Party and is in your, local indivisible group. Your advocacy on a local level matters a whole lot, because guess what? Especially if you're trans. Most people in America do not believe they have ever met a trans person. So, and the number one thing that changes minds when it comes to trans issues is meeting a trans person. Simply knowing one of us. Simply the simple recognition that we are human beings who take up space in the community, who give back to the community, who participate in the community. That is the path forward for us.
I want trans people to be allowed to have the same unpleasant gas station sit down to find out there's no paper experience I'm entitled to as a cis guy.
Hell yeah, Red Rudy. Hell yeah. Like, I don't know, guys. Like, it's just... I've really been feeling this particular topic in my bones on, like, a deeply unpleasant existential level. And especially when after I went on the line last week, God, and there was a caller who was trying to say that, like, trans women in, like, walking through changing rooms was somehow an inherent threat to children, but a trans woman walking through a men's changing room wouldn't be an inherent threat to the children there. It, like, these people have no consistent set of values. They just think trans girls are icky and shouldn't be allowed around people. There is no consistency whatsoever. I listened to that call. That was insane. It really was. Dude was on camera being recorded and said with his whole chest effectively that he thinks men are inherent threats to children. But I've been thinking a lot about that call and that interaction, and, like, we cannot allow that kind of prejudicial thinking to become the norm in our society. And I want you to remember, as we go out into the world doing our business day after day, that most people in America do not hate trans people. Most people in America support trans rights. Most people in America think that we deserve to exist. And that these hateful bigots that are pushing this legislation, they are doing it because we are a convenient political tool to them. A chip to be sacrificed to further their, pathetic political careers that will inevitably come crashing down when they are either tapping their foot in a men's bathroom, or when they're caught in a scandal cheating on one of their wives or, their mistresses or what have you, or being caught on Grindr, insert any number of different scandals that these conservatives are going to get embroiled in that'll bring their careers crashing down. I hope sacrificing the lives of children was worth it. It never will be, though. So, all that being said, folks, the only way out is through. We are in a particularly bad time for trans people. And the only way our rights are protected is if we stand up and do something about it. So you got to organize, 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 organize. You have to do that. Because nobody is coming to save us except for us. And if you are an ally of trans people, get loud too. Get loud on our behalf, because we are small. There are not that many trans people in America. So stand up and help us if you can. Okay, folks, all that being said, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment longer than 8 words, helps in the algo.
Why is this country so cruel to children?
Because this country believes children are property. Like, just full stop. The legal precedent in America is effectively that children are property of their parents. And historically in America, when a human being is property, they are not treated very well. That being said, let's keep on going. I know that this has been a doozy of a segment, not a particularly upbeat one. I am going to say at the end of this, I think that some folks out there are taking things really to heart right now. They're feeling really under attack. They're feeling really scared, trans people in particular. So if you know folks who are really struggling, do consider reaching out to them, seeing how they're doing, seeing if they need anything. Because, frankly, a lot of us feel alone. A lot of us don't feel safe. And a lot of us feel just awful. So please reach out to the trans people in your life. Last but not least, folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. It's gender euphoric lingerie designed for trans femmes. It is non-tucking lingerie. And if you need lingerie that affirms your femininity, that fits, that is elegant, that is sexy, do check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com. Link should be down in the description. Go check that out. I know that's an awkward place to insert an ad read, but genuinely, I'm wearing it right now, and I've never worn as affirming undergarments in my life, and I would recommend them wholeheartedly, because the last thing any trans femme needs is to feel dysphoria from their underwear. So check that out if that is something that appeals to you. And I say this at the end of every segment, but let's keep on going. And I mean that. I'm pointing at the screen. I'm looking at you guys. You know, if you are struggling right now, you keep on going. Don't give them what they want. And we all keep going together. Whew. What do you think about returning to the pre-1900s tax system? I think that would be an overhaul of the tax system so profound that I don't know if we would be able to do it effectively. I don't think we need to go back to the pre-1900s tax system. We just need to tax the rich. That's it. That segment had the Midwest goodbye. It did indeed. Sorry. Max Danger wanted you to react to this as a pick-me-up. I already have a pick-me-up. I told you guys that. All right. Here's my pick-me-up. All right. I know that was a rough segment. I know that was rough as fuck. Taxes back then weren't on the populace except for the rich and corporations. Yeah, but also I have no problem with working class people paying taxes. I think it is good for people who live in a country to pay taxes collectively into that country. I just think people should be paying their fair share, and everyone should be seeing the benefits of that taxation. All right.
Hey everyone, welcome to Alvea Sanctuary. I'm Maya, and today I have a very special guest. Let me give you a hint. He is incredibly smart and one of the most interesting creatures in the ocean. Everyone, meet Darwin, our octopus friend, and the unlikely hero in Darwin's Paradox, a new action-adventure platformer by Konami and ZDT Studio. In the game, he's on a mission to save the world from aliens, and he's using some pretty incredible octopus
Look at that
skills along the
puppet.
way.
It's so fun.
Did you know that they can camouflage in seconds, and they can change their color and their texture? They're super curious, and they explore everything that they touch, and they're ridiculously smart. Some can even solve puzzles and open jars. And if they need to make a quick escape or protect themselves, they can shoot ink. So in this series, we're going to dive deeper. Okay, yes, I know, ocean pun, couldn't help it. But we're going to learn more about Darwin and his mission to save the world, and also how we can do our part to save the world as well. Are you ready, Darwin? All right, next time we're hanging out with someone very cool, a real-life ocean-loving special guest. See you there.
Now, I know that this is effectively an ad for a video game, but I thought it was such a good idea to combine, like, oh, cool, cute video game with actual real-world education and a fucking adorable puppet. And here's the first
Welcome back, everyone.
Full episode. Here we go.
Darwin, how are you feeling? Okay, good, because we've got a surprise. A very special guest. Ready for some clues?
I would die for Darwin.
Clue number 1. She's a professional skateboarder. Right, yeah, I know. Not much skateboarding at the bottom of the ocean. How about this? She's also a professional surfer. Yep, she spent a lot of time in the ocean just like you. And she's a 2-time Olympic bronze medalist. Everyone, please welcome Sky Brown. Sky, we're so excited that you're here.
Thank you for having me. I'm so excited. And Darwin, you're even cuter in person.
Sky, we've heard you're really passionate about ocean conservation. Can you tell us what inspires you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm in the ocean basically every day, and I've surfed probably most of the oceans, and it's my happy place. But, you know, the marine life is what makes the ocean beautiful and what makes me love it even more, and I want to take care of it as much as I can.
That's so awesome. And Darwin definitely appreciates all that you do to help protect his home. Sky, do you know much about octopuses?
In the ocean with them every day, but no, not enough.
Okay, well, here's one of my favorite facts about octopuses, and it's honestly unbelievable. They're actually masters of camouflage. So they can change color and pattern and even texture in just milliseconds.
Texture, wow, I had no idea.
What's that, Darwin? You want us to give it a shot? Okay, so in Darwin's paradox, Darwin uses camouflage and quick thinking to blend in and avoid danger. So today, we're going to play a game inspired by that. Here are the rules. When the spotlight is off, we can move however we want. We can dance and jump and spin around, but when it turns on, we freeze. And if you're caught, out you go. Sound fun?
Let's do it.
Zaboomafoo coded. Oh my god.
Shoot. Okay. You win, Darwin. We get it. You're the camouflage master. Sky, thank you so much for hanging out and for learning about octopuses and playing with us today.
Thank you for having me. I had so much fun. Thank you.
And you can join Darwin on his adventure to save the world when Darwin's Paradox releases April 2nd. Thanks, guys.
So cool. For those who are wondering who the host is, she founded Alveus Sanctuary, which is essentially an online educational tool for learning about animal conservation. It's really, really cool. Got a bunch of live cams. Look at that. Look at that. You can tune in and see look at the little animals. It's adorable. It's cute as fuck. Online conservatory? Exactly. The cow learned to moo at the camera for treats. That's so cute. The rescued animals on screen are educational ambassadors, not pets. That's right. See, look at the ambassadors. Just rescued animals. Snork. Hank Mr. McTrain. The smoky ghost millipede. There we go. See? The babies. Yeah, here's a link to the ambassador page. Go check it out. Konami. Oh yeah, fuck Konami. Sadly, it's not March 31st anymore here where I live. Well, it's March 31st somewhere. Ooh, Sake Tanuki, what you got for us? Oh my god. Oh my god, look at him go. When are you gonna put us back in the hole, mister? Put us back in the hole. The hole. The hole. Love that for them. Love how they just stare. It's not, you know, sometimes you just gotta stare at home. That hole, it was made for me. Those are burrowing owls. They are. They are. Owls always look like they are angrily judging you. That's their right. They are fucking owls. It's true. That's why they're perfect for judgmental creatures in the Legend of Zelda franchise. Okay. 1 second. The children yearn for the mines. The owl children yearn for the mines, indeed. So, folks, we're about to have on Lady Raincloud to talk about organizing efforts, specifically for trans folks and trans rights. And we're gonna try to do video. We'll see how that works, and if it doesn't work out, you know, we'll switch over to voice.
How is it that shocked owls look like you just murdered their whole family?
Doesn't matter how shocked they are either. Then just even a little bit of a shock. But we're gonna give it a go. We'll see how this goes, and Let's do it. So I'm gonna bring on Lady Raincloud, and we are going to talk about organizing. So let's go, baby. Let me see. Pop this out. Oh god, it froze my face. All right, there we go. Okay. And I can't hear you.
Test.
There we go. Now I can hear you.
Okay.
All right.
But
Here we go.
I can't see you.
Yeah, you won't be able to see me, but we'll be able to see you on screen.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it'll be both of us on screen for them?
Yeah.
Okay.
And here we go. Hello. Welcome, Lady Raincloud.
Hi.
Hello.
I am being visible.
You are visible.
Yeah. Isn't it not the norm?
So tell us about your organizing efforts. You've been doing so much and putting together quite a lot in quite a little amount of time, too.
Yeah. I don't know if you can see it, but super burnt up through here from being out at No Kings, which I posted pictures and stuff being out at No Kings as doing marshalling, and went from that to doing a Transgender visibility event where I was the opening speaker, which I ended up probably TMI. I ended up being a little sick in the bathroom.
Oh no.
Like I had to run to the bathroom and be a little sick in the bathroom, and there was some other very kind trans girls that were like, "Honey, are you okay? Do you need?" I'm like, "No, just give me a minute." You know, I'm the first one in front of everybody, so just give me a sec. And did that, and then was doing a lot of organizing, and I'm not sort of doing the volunteer thing anymore. I'm doing the organizing thing.
Yep.
And so I went from that to immediately rolling into a new congressional campaign, which I can't talk about everything in the same nonprofits and things like that, right? But I am volunteering on my off time for a political campaign in which I am senior leadership, as in I have the candidate on my phone, which, woof, 10 years ago when I just was showing up to things versus now. And now I'm like, okay, I got to learn this software and this software and this software, and then got to call these people and text these people, and who's phone banking and who's volunteering and who's precinct captains and who's door knocking and canvassing, and let's build this, and then on the phone with the candidate, and then on the phone with the campaign director, and then it's just kind of us, and then doing all of that is a lot.
Yeah, it's a whole lot, but also like it's incredible to like see you having, kind of started as a volunteer and then like making that leap into doing the actual organizing stuff. Like that's a big leap, and it takes time to like through volunteering to kind of build up your knowledge base about how all of these bits function together, and like it's just really cool to see.
Thank you. It's cool to be a part of. I am also back with DSA.
Awesome.
So that just recently happened, and I'm doing a little small presentation at the general meeting on Thursday. And then I am with Trans Unity Coalition. I am building 6 rallies at the same time that are all going to take place, hopefully, tentatively, May 16th.
And can you talk a little bit about what Trans Unity Coalition is?
Yeah, actually. So if you would like, we have a website. and maybe you can bring. I don't know if you can bring it up without breaking stuff.
I think I can.
'Cause I know your system's a little temperamental. But yeah, Trans Unity Coalition is, at the moment, we are the first and only nonprofit of our kind. We are a national to local scale nonprofit, excuse me, that focuses specifically and solely on trans people and the gender diverse umbrella. So trans people, non-binary individuals, people that are gender non-conforming, gender diverse. We have a lot of programs that we're working on. I'm the national recruitment manager and also the executive assistant in charge of Ohio, and whatever that means. And a lot of what we're trying to build in terms of our programs. Maybe you can potentially bring the website up. I don't know.
Oh, I have it up on screen right now.
Oh, you do? Okay, gotcha. All right, cool, awesome. We have our different chapters. So we have that local chapterization. So we've got Ohio and Michigan and oh God, I think it's Tennessee. Is that Tennessee?
Yeah,
I think it's
Tennessee,
Tennessee and Virginia. Yeah. We have chapters in progress, stuff that we're doing. We've held a whole bunch of events all over the country. There are states that we still haven't done anything in. And one of the big things is that if you go to our programs section, you can see all of the different programs that we have that we're working on. And those programs are, for example, Let Life Live, which a lot of these programs don't really have, they're not really super spun up yet. But Let Life Live is a relocation assistance program.
Yeah.
That one's got a lot of work ahead of it. There's the True Self Expo, which is stuff that we're working on, which is showcasing artists. There's Project Out There, which that has a lot of stuff that has been worked on. That's journalism and the like. Trans Truth, which is an academic research. We do CPR training, and we do public policy training for advocacy training, all that kind of good stuff. And we have like a resource map, health and wellness. We have an ally handbook, and you, of course, can volunteer with us. As the national recruitment person, it's kind of my job to get you to do that. Come help us. Come volunteer with us.
We need bunch of roles look like they're open.
Yeah, we do have a bunch of stuff open.
And folks, I'm gonna put a link to that if any of you feel compelled to step up and organize with a Trans Unity Coalition to help trans folks across the country. There's a volunteer set, administrative, social media, Project Out There's, news and media, True Self Expo's art platform, Trans Truth, event coordination, recruitment, technical, outreach, fundraising. There's a whole lot going on that you can get involved in.
Yes. And obviously, for the stuff that, and that's our executive director that you see too, that's Bree. She's the trans lady that made all this possible. And the cool thing again about TUC, yeah, we call ourselves TUC, Trans Unity Coalition, so, is that we are national and local. And so, if you're watching Jack and you're in the US, doesn't matter what state you're in. You can join our Discord. You can reach out to volunteer. I will see that. My executive director will see that. We can find a place for you. One thing I do ask is try to come to us with an idea of what you want to do, right?
Yeah.
Instead of, because it is a little harder to like, I want to help, and then we have to sit and, okay, well, what do you want to do?
Yeah.
We have to, right? Like if you have something you want to do that you think might match with what we're doing, then, and even if it is, hey, I would like to help, that's fine. I will work with you to find you a place. That's fine.
Yeah.
But
and I think this is why, like, I like when people go from being volunteers to being organizers, because I think volunteering helps people figure out what they want to do. So like for folks who, if you have an idea of what you want to do, by all means pursue that idea. But also if you don't know where to start, volunteering for political campaigns or volunteering in your local area, doing different roles within like any of the organizations that are local to you, can help you build up a set of skills and like knowledge about how to work together in groups and get you ready to volunteer for more specific roles.
Yeah.
It's kind of like going to college and doing your general credits to figure out what you actually like.
Yeah, your general to major. Yeah.
Yep.
Very much so. Like, well, and like I said, like people. God, I'm doing the thing. Like, and
It's all good. I do it all the time. It's fine.
Yeah. I, part of my job, of course, is finding a place for people, and so that means that it's also my experience of doing what I've been doing for the last, like, my first major rally was in 2018. Like, I came out in 2016, and in middle of 2016-ish, towards the winter timeframe, I can't really remember. But I started really doing stuff in 2018, and I've worked on several congressional campaigns now. I've worked on a couple locals, state congressional stuff. And, I've gone out as a street medic, I've gone out as a marshal, security marshal, just means wearing a vest and having a walkie-talkie and watching people and being de-escalatory, which I didn't do good at No Kings. I lost my temper twice. I'm not very proud of it. But, we're kind of under stress and trauma every day as trans people, so,
Yeah.
a little grace would be nice, I guess. But yeah, it's interesting that I've done so much now that someone can come to me with, I would like to help, and that's it. And I know how to guide them.
Yeah.
Right? Well, do you like art? Do you like to communicate? Like, what do you enjoy? And then we can work through that to, okay, let's put you with this research team because this is the kind of stuff that you like doing, or let's put you here. And I think the only way to really get that experience is to be with a bunch of other volunteers for a really long time.
Yeah. And like I would encourage folks, is it all right if I let say people can reach out to you if they need some guidance and they want to get involved?
Yeah, I mean, you tell people to reach out to GamerG all the time, and you tell people to reach out to
Dragonfly.
You can add my name to that list. I know I have a feeling I'm not particularly well liked in the community, at least on the Discord, because I'm a little, I guess, maybe I'm too aggressive when I don't mean to be, and text kind of sucks.
Yeah, text gets misconstrued pretty easily, but I know that people like you.
Okay, well that's
okay.
That's good to hear.
And I know that you're very helpful, especially when people reach out to you. Like you're very easy to talk to. You're very understanding, and like I encourage any of you, if you want to get involved with Trans Unity Coalition and like help organize trans folks and oppositions to the state by state bills that are currently going through every damn place, and you don't know where to start, reach out to Lady Raincloud in the Discord.
Yeah. Please.
Is there anywhere else people could reach out to you?
They could obviously, reach out through Trans Unity Coalition, and I'll end up getting that eventually.
Yeah.
So that through Trans Unity Coalition or through the Discord is probably the best way. I don't know, like, are we planning like super short here, or are we gonna go a little longer?
We can go as long as you'd like.
Oh, okay, cool. I didn't know if okay. But yeah, definitely the Discord's probably the easiest, and of course, you join the Trans Unity Coalition Discord as well, and reach out to me, or just DM me. One big thing: don't send friend requests, mostly because that is reserved for people I know.
Makes sense.
I hate having to say it like that because I don't want it to sound rude or mean.
It's not. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Yeah, I have a thing about, like, if I watch my friends list count go down and I don't know why, I kind of freak out that like I upset somebody or whatever. So I I try to keep my friends list like to if we've known each other for a long time, then yeah, fine, sure. But just reach out. My DMs are always open, and yeah, because and this is where I want to toss it, back to you. Like, God, how long have we known each other now? Over 5 years.
5 years ish.
Over 5.
Yeah.
Over 5. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's over 5. It's because of you.
Look, we've known each other for a long time, and like you've like just taken this and run with it. It's wonderful to see. And I know like you've also like burnt yourself out, and like you've run yourself ragged, literally.
Yeah.
And I think like you're doing incredible work, and you are a testament to like how I think anyone can like get involved and become someone who is making a huge difference. And I'm so proud of you.
I'm glad you are. I really am. I'm very proud of you too, because look what you built. Like, look, I remember first coming into your stream and like there's like 20 people, like
yeah,
a long time ago, 20, 30 people. Look what you've built too. So it's a lot of what we've been saying, all of us over the last few years. Just show up.
It really is. Like, people sometimes ask me like, how do I like start a YouTube channel, or like what's your advice for doing, and like I gotta be honest, like just 95% of it is just showing up. And like I don't know, learning from your experience of showing up, and then showing up better the next time, like it is just 95% of the work is showing up to the meeting, showing up to the and the other 5% is like saying yes. Like when someone offers you like an opportunity, just say yes. Like, you don't know where that could lead. Maybe it goes nowhere, but oftentimes, like, if you show up consistently, you're proving yourself to be a reliable person. And then if somebody asks you to do something and then you follow through with it, like, you gain trust, and that trust in organizing is invaluable. Like, that is the currency of organizing, that trust, that confidence in one another. And like, it is when people know you, and when people have grown that trust and that confidence in you, like, you can really spur action. You can make things happen. It's really cool. And I've been seeing that with you and like your work too, which is really cool.
Well, it's like the example is, when I started years ago with my first congressional for Ohio's 10th district, which has just got redistricted and changed. I met Senator Brown, Sherrod Brown.
Oh, cool.
And that was because I was there. And the really interesting thing is, so like one of the people that was running the phone banking side of the campaign had, I had went to an event that was a trans event, and there was a person there that was signing up people up to make sure that everybody was registered to vote. And then that person, the phone bank person, was also there, and we ended up talking, and I did that jump of like, sure, I'll show up and sit on the phone, talk to people, fine, I can do that. And then, hey, we had someone flake out on us. Can you blah? Never done it before. Okay, well, neither have they. Fine, I'll do it. Hey, somebody else. Next thing. Fine, yeah, sure. Hey, we need somebody to run the staging location. What does that mean? Well, it means you're going to sit in a building that is being rented by the campaign, and you're controlling the packets, you're controlling the canvassers, you're controlling the phone banks, the phone bank captains, you're teaching and guiding people, and you're doing that for this whole night that we're doing this. And then all of a sudden, I'm a staging location director with a fellowship with the Ohio Democratic Party because it was this person dropped out and this person dropped out and this person dropped out. And every time they came to me and said, we need somebody, can you or will you? I went, yeah, okay, fine.
Yeah.
And now, because I kept doing that, it was, okay, here's the candidate, meet the candidate. Okay, and now this new campaign I'm on is because I maintained contact with that candidate, and we've become friends. She didn't win, but we've become friends.
Mhm.
We've known each other for several years now, and she reached out to me on Facebook and said, hey, this candidate that's running now, I'm going to support her. I think she's really awesome, and I want you there. Okay, here's the launch event. It's going to be at this place, this time. I really want you to show up. And so I do. I got in the car, drove, went to the place, and we did the launch event and stuff. The candidate did the thing, did the question and answer, and I walked up to my friend and said, get me on this campaign. She said, you mean this? Yeah, get me on the campaign. Okay. Walked up, met the candidate, got introduced, got talked about, got told, get a phone call. This is what I need. Can you do this? Never done it before, but I'll give it a shot. And then here I am today. I can just call the candidate.
Yeah.
Because I'm like at that level. And, I'm not like an employee. I'm not being paid. I'm a volunteer and stuff like that. But, we're in the primaries section, not the official election section. And so, like, if she wins the primary, then maybe that might change. But that whole experience, and I guess one of the reasons I wanted to talk about it today was I am literal living proof of what you tell people in the community. If you just show up and say yes, the places you can go, and you're meeting senators.
Yeah.
And talking to them, and they're listening to you. Yeah, it took a few years.
Yeah.
But yeah, sorry, go ahead. I
No, it is one of those things where I think a lot of people tend to think, oh, just I mean, what effect can I have? And the reality is you can have a huge effect if you just show up and you say yes when people ask for things to get done. Because when we're talking about organizing and volunteer, work, etc., like a lot of people flake. A lot of people flake out. A lot of people don't show up. A lot of people, they've got lives. They got stuff going on. But if you show up and you prioritize this and you make it something that you will show up for, other people see that and they reward that, because in organizing, it's like that reliability is paramount, you know? Banana Brains in chat says, can confirm I'm in the same boat with Karishma Manzoor's Senate candidacy. I just showed up and said yes. Now I talk to her somewhat regularly. Exactly. Like, when you say yes and when you show up, like, you can have so much bigger of an impact in your local politics than you ever thought possible. And I do mean that. Like, any one of you could do this.
Well, and the state house candidate that I ran with, her name is Rose Lounsbury.
Mhm.
She didn't win. She's running again. I'm not working with her this time through. Now, that first candidate I was talking about, her name was Teresa Gasper. She ran for 10th Congressional in 2018. So that's how long I've been doing this.
Yeah.
Took a few years after coming out in 2016 to sort of get out there and start doing, and then from there. With Rose, one of the greatest things is Rose knocked on my door, and she was doing her own canvassing, and she had her child with her, one of them, and running as a Dem, former school teacher, and I liked everything of what she said. And while she's, I didn't slam the door on her face because a lot of people will,
Yep.
but she knocked on my door. We got to talking. I liked what she had to say, and I said, "Hey, do you need help?" She goes, yeah, actually, I do. And one of the prime examples of what you just said was, I'd done a bunch of stuff, and we were at an event at Sinclair Community College in downtown Dayton. And we're standing in the underground parking garage, and I'm helping her put stuff in her van. And I say, hey, Rose, you didn't talk about this thing. And we ended up having a back and forth conversation about the political expediency of it, and would she, whatever, the kind of stuff, like, you didn't really talk about trans people.
Mm-hmm.
She changed her stump speech because I stood in an underground parking garage with her at night after having been the only volunteer to show up to help her, and convinced her that she needed to change her stump speech to be more affirmative for the LGBT community, and she did. And it's one of those things where, had I said no, her stump speech wouldn't have changed.
Yep.
Because I wouldn't have been there. Now, maybe somebody else would have. But she reached out to me first, because every time someone else said no, I said, yeah, sure, I'll be there. And I was. And all of a sudden, I'm standing face to face with a candidate saying, I don't like what you just did. Here's why. Listen to me, please. I think you should do this. And she goes, yeah, actually, you're right. And then literally a couple days later, she calls me or texts me or whatever and says, I changed the stump speech and I wanted you to know. And you have no idea the power you have if you just show up.
Yeah, it's like a lot of people seem to think like the only way you can get power or influence or make things better is if you're the candidate or if you are a billionaire donor or something like that. But like, genuinely, I've found that on the local level, more often than not, people are generally good eggs who, they want to do their best for the people in their lives, in their communities, etc. And if you bring to them an issue that you find, like, hey, you're not talking about this issue, and it's really important that you actually highlight this issue because of XYZ reasons. When you're the kind of person who shows up all every day, or shows up all the time consistently, like, they listen to you. And through that mechanism, you can actually influence policy decisions. You can influence how candidates present themselves. You can actually change a lot about a campaign by being involved in it. And it's one of the things that I talk about a lot here, by being in the room, you have a lot more say than someone who is outside of the room, who's commenting, from 100 or 1,000 miles away on the internet. Like, when you are in that local room, you can talk to these people, as human beings. And obviously there are going to be some sociopaths out there, but like, even like those types in politics still want to take input to calibrate how they're presenting themselves. And we've got Sparrow in the Snow in chat saying, I'm also a member of the Say Yes crew. Now I'm on the leadership team for a state house candidate campaign. Never done this before, but definitely giving it my all. Exactly. Showing up is such an underrated way of changing politics in your local area, whether it's on the state level or even on the city level.
And I sent you a picture too of me and Senator Brown, just in case. Like, I know, I feel like I have to prove things because you get sent all the pictures, right?
Yeah.
Because like I constantly annoy the hell out of you and send you all the pictures of stuff I'm doing.
Never annoyed.
Because I feel like, I can say stuff on the internet, obviously, right? But if I've sent you stuff, like, at least there's somebody that can be like, no, she's doing the thing. I've seen the proof, right? But it's with what Sparrow said. That's absolutely amazing. That's what we're talking about. And I think oh, sorry, go ahead.
One thing I was gonna ask you,
Yeah.
when it comes to like first getting involved and like showing up, you
Mm.
know, what did that look like for you in terms of like time commitment? Because I think a lot of people are like, well, I just don't have the time to show up. Like, what did that look like in
Well,
your experience?
the cool thing about it is you're a volunteer. You're not getting paid for anything. So it's as much as you want it to be.
Mhm.
And it's very much one of those things that what you get out of it. Wow, I do look different, don't I? Jesus. That was close to when I just first came out. It is one of those things that it very much is what you put into it, you get out of it. And so there's that two axes, I guess, or whatever, of like say yes and show up, but also stay. Right? Because you can say yes and show up and leave 10 minutes later.
Yep.
Right? If you say yes and show up and leave 4 hours later, there's and again, like you said, there's people that they have jobs and they have family and they have obligations and energy and spoons and things like that. So it is one of those things where that gives off a certain image to people
Mhm.
because yeah, you can show up and then walk out the door 10 minutes later and they're like, well, they showed up, sure, but their heart's not in it. Like that's the viewpoint that they're gonna get. But for me personally, when I first started showing up at the phone banking, I was there for like an hour and left. And I did that. And then a couple days later, I showed up for like an hour. And a couple days later, like a week later, I showed up for a meeting that was like an hour or two. And then it kind of starts to snowball, right? Where the more you show up, the more they want you to show up. And so you show up and you stay longer and things happen. And all of a sudden you're staying after meetings and going out to eat and dinner and, hey, can we hang out? And all of a sudden, like you're constructing a relationship with people.
Yep.
And if you're only there to be like, hi, I like what you're doing, gotta go. That doesn't work. And I have the same frustration I think you do. I'm always constantly terrified of having everything I say nitpicked and pulled apart.
Yeah.
Because I worry that I'm not getting myself across.
No, I think you're doing a great job.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
Good.
like it's one of those things where, again, people have more agency than they give themselves credit for. Like the experience is what you make it. If you show up and you engage with folks in your community in a way that's constructive, in a way that's helpful, in a way that is useful, then like they want you back, they want you around, and they want your input. And that input, as you get more and more involved, can travel more and more throughout like the local political ocean, as it were.
Yeah. Well, and again, it's not a full-time job.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
It can be. What I'm doing now is, but for example, what I'm doing now with the current campaign is full-time. I'm going to be busy treating it like a job because I have to. But the volunteers I'm reaching out to phone bank for me, to canvas for me, they're going to be people that are doing what they can, when they can, how they can. And I'm going to be paying attention. And if I see somebody that's constantly saying yes, and I need something really special done, I'm going to call that person. Be like, hey, I noticed you've done like 1,000 doors. Would you like to be a precinct captain? Because I really need one. And then all of a sudden they're like, well, what does that mean? And I'm like, oh, let me tell you. Let me tell you what that means. And then, of course, like some people be like, oh, God, no, that's too much. And then I'll call the next person in the line. But again, that example of like, I'm now doing that thing too of I've been from that person on the other end of the line to now I'm the person making the calls. And it's really weird to have gone that far to
Yeah.
I now have a list of volunteers. I get to call them. I've got their numbers. I've got their emails. I've got to reach out. And I know this one wants to phone bank and this one wants to canvas and etc. And now I can see it from the other side of like, well, this, here's my number one pick. My number one pick says no. My number two pick says yes. And again, it's that literally the same thing of if you say yes, because somebody else didn't.
Yeah.
And now, you're in that same sort of, and it feels really kind of pay it forwardy.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes any sense.
No, it does. Yeah.
And
like
weird.
it's I mean, I think a lot of people spend so much time on, the outside of that dynamic and on the outside of kind of political participation in like the actual system of organizing, that when it when you actually like break through to the side you're now on and you are making the calls and you're like, hey, you're actually doing a lot of really good work with phone banking. Do you want to be like in
Phone bank
charge?
captain.
Yeah, the captain of phone banking. Like it's a weird perspective shift.
It is.
And I just want to point out, like, anyone can make it through that. It just requires showing up and like staying on top of that snowball.
Yeah. And again, like you said, I burnt out. I burnt out for like 6 months.
Yep.
Which was not good. And a lot of people were very worried because I burnt out. Which, thankfully I know what that looks like now. So I'm pacing myself. I say as I'm I'm pacing myself this time. Trust me, believe me. Comparatively,
don't look too close.
Yeah, don't look too close. I am pacing myself compared to what burnt me out. And there was a lot of other things that burnt me out too, like people being all talk and no show.
Yep.
But I think also to do a few more bits and pieces on this, too, is one thing I do worry when we have these types of conversations too, and you and I are telling people show up, say yes and show up, say yes and show up, say yes and show up. It also needs to be said that literally anything is better than nothing.
Yep.
And I know because we will get, and you've had it, we'll get people that will get upset. Well, I'm disabled. I blah, blah, blah. Me too. I am disabled. And I'm not doing the whole if I can do it, you can do it thing. Part of me does have that there, because I'm in a lot of pain all the time. And I still show up and do stuff. But that's me. That's not other people. It's up to them. But for those instances, I've already got a volunteer I'm looking at that is disabled and this and wanted to do some things. And I said, well, can you sit on a phone for me? Doing anything. Do you want to, in activism, right? Like if I'm going out to a protest, could you make a flyer? Could you, I don't know, be an emergency contact for somebody? Could you donate $5 or $10? Could you give somebody a ride? Could you give somebody a safe couch to sleep on after the protest? There is, when we say show up and do, I feel there's this, oh, so you want me to put the vest on and carry the backpack and show up and be in the heat and do all the things you're doing. How, superior do you feel you are or whatever. That's not ever what we mean.
Yep. It's very rarely in actual organizing spaces about like the virtue signaling.
Yes.
Like for people who are actually in the trenches organizing and doing shit, it is very, very rarely about trying to do the holier than thou, like virtue signal game, right? That often plays out in online spaces.
It does, yeah.
In my experience. And I just want to say, like, it's all about moving the ball forward however you can. And if it's, on a given day, if it's just, nudging that ball a little bit further, you're just a little finger tap you know, because you can't do that much, you know, that's better than nothing.
It is.
If you are like, well, I can't show up and be like the main campaign manager, well, you don't have to. You can show up and be like the person who does like an hour of phone banking, or does, you know, a couple, like 100 doors or something, you know, like you
Make
don't
signs.
yeah, you can make signs. You do not have to be like the savior of your local political scene. You just have to be one of hundreds or one of thousands of people who shows up and does, you know, their part, whatever, however big or small that part might be, to get that ball across the finish line, which is, as we all know, how ball games work.
You want to know how big my volunteer team is for 3 counties?
How big?
36 people.
Damn. Well, and that's exactly to my point too. Like when we're talking about organizing, I think a lot of people are shocked by how few people, like, in the grand scheme of things, like in a country of like 300 million people, like three counties is just 36 people.
36 people.
It's just 12 people per county. Like,
give or take, yeah.
Yeah, depending on the county, obviously. But
Yeah.
like the amount of people getting together that it takes to change kind of like the political scene in an area, like genuinely, if you got together with like 5 of your friends and like show up to like consistently show up at like local political meetings, you can have a really big impact by doing that.
Well, like how many people do we have watching?
We have a little over 350. No, we have almost. Wait, yeah, we have almost 400 actually.
Almost 4 across all.
Yep.
Okay, almost 400. Literally, dictionary literally. 10 times my volunteer team for a congressional campaign to send someone to Congress. I have 36 people, and only 28 of them I actually have phone numbers for. 400 people watching this show. Again, part of why I wanted to come tonight was I don't think Jack realizes what she's done half the time. And now I am someone that's gone full circle to the other side. Not full circle, but I've gone to the other side. And I can see, oh my God, I don't have a lot of people. Actually, I do, because that one walked like 100 doors in like 30 minutes. Not really. But there's 400 people watching. 400 people. Imagine if everyone watching found a campaign to be a part of tomorrow. I have 36 people, chat. There's 400 of you watching. I have 36 people across 3 counties. That's dozens of cities, towns and cities, that we're trying to put someone in Congress with. Just 36 people.
Yeah. And like,
sorry if I'm being cringe, but I want to like push that.
Yeah, exactly. Like I have talked with people in like DC organizing circles who are like, "Oh, we know your community and like how involved they are getting in politics." And like that's not me doing a brag. It's just that like it is very rare, especially in the world of like left politics folks, for people to have a focus on trying to pipeline folks into getting organized.
Yes.
And like so many of the people who show up every day in chat are people who have either started to get organized. Like Sparrow in the Snow in Riverboat chat was talking about, you know, being on a congressional campaign for the first time, and like that's crazy. But like the thing is, so many people, I think everywhere, this general rule of thumb, believe our political system to be this separate reality that just doesn't exist on the same kind of plane that they all exist on. Like, you gotta go through a dimensional portal to get to, in a place of influence with those other people. But like, you don't. You just have to show up to your local meetings
She
consistently.
mentioned donation. Can you give us a link where we can do
Like,
it too?
I'm a stone's throw away. My campaign manager that I'm working with right now worked with Obama and Biden.
That's so
He's
cool.
in DC.
Nice.
Which, some people will be like, oh, well, yuck. And I'm like, well, sure. But
the point being, like, Obama's like campaign guys knew what the fuck they were doing.
Exactly. I'm talking to somebody who has a website and who is a professional, done it for years and years and years. And again, phone, I can just call him.
Yeah.
He's somebody who's being paid a lot of money to run this campaign. And I am a stone's throw away from, I can pick up the phone and call the candidate, and I can pick up the phone and call the campaign manager. And I am in charge of things. Oh my God.
Also, Mikola Brigida in chat wants to know, do you have a link for where people can donate?
Donate to the I have to be careful because I mentioned the nonprofit. I am not an employee of the nonprofit.
Yeah.
And I'm off hours, quote unquote, but I can't. I mentioned the nonprofit first.
Yeah.
I can't talk about the campaign I'm on.
Okay. But is this donate link on Trans Unity Coalition? Can I give people that?
That one, yes, please. Yes.
Okay.
If you would like to donate to Trans Unity Coalition, please do. That one does, yes.
Here you go, folks.
And I don't want to obviously take up too much of your time. I know you got other stuff that you want to go through, but I think, is it okay if I talk about a few more things, or would you like for me to just would you like me to go, or
let's take another 15 minutes if you'd like.
Cool. All right, cool. I didn't know if you also want to give people question time or whatever.
Yeah, I think people are raising their questions as we go.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Well, this thing is just little thing too. I do want to say, all of this being said, with the way Doomer discourse is going, and I think you and I had a little talk about this in DMs a couple days ago. I want you all to know that you're people, you're human beings. Give yourself grace. And I do think that we have gotten into a bit of a problem with Doomer discourse. When it does kind of go both ways here. When someone is in crisis and they're in despair, immediately invalidating them and shutting them down doesn't help, in my opinion. Right? Just saying stop doomering. Well, the Limkin Institute put out a third red flag warning for transgenocide. We're not just making stuff up here.
Yeah.
Right? There's problems. We are in trouble. Right?
Yeah.
And I'm a realist. I don't sugarcoat things. We are in trouble. Does that mean that you do nothing but doomer and then yell at people like us that are doing stuff? No, that's the thing I have a problem with. Right? Like, I don't like to see in chat people that aren't doing anything.
Yeah.
Yelling and screaming that nothing any of us are doing means anything, because have an understanding that I'm also a person, so give me some grace, and so is Jack. That hurts a lot. But it does go both ways, where I give other people grace and be like, these are human beings, they're going through despair, they're going through crisis, they're going through trauma. I think we need to be a little bit better about this doomer discourse, is all I'm saying.
Yeah. And
just a little bit better. We're more human to each other.
Yeah, and like, I have an almost pathological dedication to, like, let's not give in to despair. But I do think that, like, there needs to be room for some grace, especially as we go into, the amount of anti-trans bills that are coming out right now, for example, are like, it's crushing. Like, it gets to me, and like, I'm like one of those people that's always like, stiff upper lip, one foot in front of the other, and even so, it's just like, sometimes you look around and you just get smacked in the face by the weight of all of it, and it's rough. And I want to have, you know, a community where we have positivity, and, you know, I think that generally we do have that. But also, like, sometimes we need to collapse.
Yeah.
And
I cry too.
yeah. And I think that, like, there's also, like, a difference between collapsing and having just a public crash out. Because, like, a lot of people go for the public crash out, and, you know, that's
not helpful.
It isn't helpful, and, like, it's also one of those things where it's like, you know, taking like a night off is okay. And, like, I find myself needing to do that. Like, you know, there are nights where I prep a show and then I just sit in front of my computer and I'm like, I can't do this tonight, because if I do, I'm just going to yell at chat. I'm just going to be mean. I'm going to be unproductive. And so what I do is, like, I take that night off, because you know, I have the ability to do that. And also it's a matter of understanding your limitations, both in a social sense and also in, I think, like, an organizing sense. Like, sometimes, especially if it's not your job, you don't need to read the news if you're already, like, teetering on the brink of, like, you know, internal collapse. You know, like, sometimes it's okay to check out and, like, watch a movie with your kids, or, like, you know, go eat an ice cream cone and, like, look at some ducks. Like, it is okay to take those breaks. And, like, I think honestly, what I found in this kind of, oh, sorry, linking us back to organizing, what I found is that getting involved locally, or getting involved doing kind of productive organizing action, or moving folks to take action, that reconnects me with the community, reconnects me with, you know, a sense of hope and progress forward. And that helps kind of reignite that spark of hope. But you need some downtime for that sometimes. You know, like, the same way, like, a spark needs, like, some oxygen to, like, turn into a flame. You need, like, a little bit of fresh air, you know? And
yeah.
Like
I said, I went and watched Project Hail Mary tonight with my wife and my kid and I. My kid really wanted to go see the movie, and we went at 2-hour and 40-minute movie.
Whoa.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Ryan Gosling's best movie ever. Just and one of the best, better than The Martian and Interstellar in my mind. Please go see it. It was amazing. Yeah, I mean, we went out and had McDonald's because, like, you know, whatever. And so it was a good night. It was a nice recharge night. Same thing. And then last thing to say too is courage is not the absence of fear.
Yep.
Courage is being terrified and doing it anyway. Yeah. We don't have to say that you're not allowed to be afraid. You're not allowed to be worried or upset or whatever. Courage requires doing the thing anyway, even when you want to cry and fall apart. So that's it. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Cool. Any questions or anything, I guess, before I take off? Like, yeah. Anything from chat or anybody?
Chat, any questions before Lady Raincloud takes off? Attitude is everything. I reserve my stop doomering admonishments for people who are convinced that the Dems are exactly as bad as the Republicans and that things can't get better. Thank you so much, Lady Raincloud. Great discussion. Thank you for coming on. A lot of people saying thank you to you. Not seeing any much of questions, just a lot of appreciation for you.
Don't have appreciation for me. I have appreciation for Jack.
No,
wouldn't be
you
here,
can have appreciation for both of us.
Okay, fine. No, you do. No, you. I am.
Oh, here's
very,
one.
very. Oh, yeah.
Do you feel like your ideas are well received in more lib spaces? That's actually a great question.
Yeah. Like, what do we mean by my ideas?
I guess left leaning ideas. You
Oh.
know, there was like kind of a movement among like Democrats to like distance themselves from trans rights for a little bit. You know, yeah, like the Seth Moulton stuff.
Well, so my current candidate is retired and of age. And we were on the phone, and when I said, "Yeah, I'll do this thing for you," I said, "Hold on, wait a minute. I'm trans." And given what the GOP do, no, I don't care at all. You don't. Nope, don't care. So I do have some viewpoints on, like, I do kind of think some of the DNC is functionally no different from the Republicans, like, morality and ethics aside, functionality.
Oh yeah,
right.
I
Like,
mean,
they're functionally, yeah.
they're all rolling in the same money shit.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, I would say so. Yeah, my ideas are acceptable, and it depends on the lib space, though.
Yeah.
I myself was tossed out. I was going to be on a board for a Democratic group, and then was told I was too radical. But then also told that I was still welcome to show up to the meetings and, do presentations and stuff. No. If that's how you're going to treat me, then no.
And also, I think a lot, in lib spaces, I think a lot of the acceptance of different ideas can depend on how you present those ideas. You know?
Yeah.
Like, if it's just coming from rando McNobody,
Happy
bunch of
Trans Day
numbers.
visibility, red heart emoji, love and hugs,
If
hugging face emoji.
By and large,
yes.
Like they now know a trans person.
Yeah. They now know a trans person, or like if it's just online bunch of numbers saying like you need to have Medicare for all socialism, and it's just like that message isn't going to land on their ears the same way like somebody who has helped organize with them for the past several months coming to them and saying like, look, I looked at the polling, Medicare for all is an incredibly popular issue. Like, people are really suffering, where like the main talking point right now is affordability. Like, you should really consider looking at and talking about Medicare for all, especially in these trying economic times. Like, that's something that is going to get a lot of more liberal brained politicians to bite, far more than just like telling them fuck you, get Medicare for all for me. And I know it's not necessarily as stark as that when it comes to like actual interactions sometimes, but I hope that illustrates, I think, the difference.
Yeah, it does. And I see what Super Jack I put in chat too. I don't have any plans for May Day organizing right now because I'm gonna do a Jack thing and take a day off. I think actually isn't tomorrow May? No,
May Day's another month.
Another month
from May. Yes, from today. I guess it's after midnight. From today, 1 month from now.
Okay, never mind. Yes, I do have plans. I don't know what they are yet, but I will be doing stuff in May. Well, the rallies we're building are scheduled for May 16th, which means probably that week of May I'll be working on things. I don't really know. But anyway, Jack, you are a very dear and valued friend. My life is so much better with you in it. You are a shining light in the darkness. I love you very much. Thank you for giving me your time, your energy, your patience, and your platform. You are the absolute best.
And likewise to you, my friend. Thank you so much for coming on and giving us so much of your time and expertise. And one last shout out, folks, go to transunitycoalition.org, donate, volunteer. There's a big need for volunteers over there. And with that being said, folks, I'll put that link in chat. But bye, Lady Raincloud. Have a great night. Thank you so much for your time.
Bye.
Bye. And here's the link in chat, folks. That was a really wonderful conversation. You know? That was lovely. And it's a testament to what, like, you can do if you just show up. It's really just great to see you guys getting involved and thriving and, like, coming into your own as organizers. It's really fucking cool to see. It's what I hoped to see when I started this channel, you know? I mean, it's actually beyond what I even hoped to see when I started this channel. And seeing you guys taking and running, taking it and running with it, it's so cool. Yeah, you don't need a university degree to make political change. You just need to show up. You just need to show up. So, folks, check out transunitycoalition.org. And we'll throw a link down in the description of the VOD. And also, folks, get organized. Join your local Dems. Join your local DSA. If you don't know where to start with that, you know, join our Discord. Reach out to Gamergy for help getting involved with DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help getting involved with your local Dems. And if you want to be part of organizing Trans Unity Coalition's rallies, reach out to Lady Raincloud. You can also find the volunteer page over on transunitycoalition.org. Now, also, folks, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Comments longer than 8 words really help in the algorithm. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. Looks great on everybody. And it is non-tucking lingerie. It is beautiful, elegant, and sexy. Do check it out. Link down in the description. And let's keep on going. Whew. There we go, folks. I'm gonna need the jingle first. Man, you guys shaking me down for that jingle jangle. All right. Folks, remember, we've actually been going for over 3 hours now. If you got anything out of the stream, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, because you guys make this show possible. Could not do it without you fine folks. And here's a little song to let you know what to do. Go, go, go. Click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click button, click button, click button, click button, click All right, let's go. See you, Deep Creek. But the show must go on. We gonna watch Nick Shirley's CPAC speech? You bet your bootstraps we are. Whew. We got a lot to talk about, though. I think I'm gonna do these. Yes. Good. Okay. Oh god, what is that dipshit doing this time? Dribbling words out of his mouth like a barely, I will check myself before I say something too mean. God. My makeup is a mess. Your mind said it loudly? That's fine. Oof. Don't you get a pass on trans visibility? Later Raincloud, you're a cutie patootie. Stop selling yourself short. Let's see here. Visibility is over. Time for vengeance. Now that our cloaking mechanisms are back online, there will be nothing stopping us from taking our vengeance upon the world of the cis. Of course, I'm talking here about the CIS. I don't know if people understood I was making a Star Wars reference. It's fine. It's fine. I could not remember in time what CIS stood for, and that makes me sad. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. You know what? Yeah, fuck it. We'll just do this. So, folks, we gotta talk about a very enigmatic doctor. Now, many of you might not be aware of this particular doctor, but he comes highly recommended. And we're talking about Dr. Kliwa. Now, a lot of folks don't know who Dr. Kliwa is. Hasn't been on the national stage for quite some time. And, you know, I think it's time for us to get a little bit better acquainted with Dr. Kliwa because he's a very important patient in his care.
How you doing, Doctor?
It's not how I'm doing. It's how you're doing, young man. My name is Dr. Sertis Kliwa.
Dr. Kliwa, you said?
Yeah, Dr. Kliwa. I'm looking at your name here on the chart. I don't even want to try to pronounce it. Hey, is it okay if I just call you the Z-Man?
Yeah, that's fine. You look very familiar, though.
Were you ever riding the trains in the wee hours of the morning from like 1980 to 1991?
Why is he wearing his glasses like this?
I wasn't, how do you say this, Dr. Kliwa, alive.
Okay, young buck. So you're here?
So you're not aware of the ratmen that were plaguing the town subway systems at that time. You didn't know what the ratmen were doing on the trains, did you, Z-Man?
For a cat allergy shot, huh?
Yes, sir. My wife and I are adopting a cat.
And never...
You're adopting a cat, eh? Why are you adopting a cat? Are you afraid of the rats?
stops with one or two. Oh, no, it doesn't. How many shots have you gotten up to now?
This is actually going to be my third shot.
Oh, your third. You know, I got 5 shots in the back of a cab.
Back of a cab?
Well, it's before your time. Doctors Gambino and Doctors Gotti.
Oh, my God.
They did things a lot differently back in the day.
What day was that exactly?
Oh. You ever
What
see
the
Love
fuck?
Story? Oh. Anyway, I don't know if the nurse told you, I'm sort of going through a midlife crisis, you know, changing careers. It's been a little traumatic.
What were you doing before?
Oh, you know, hosting radio shows, protecting parades' right to exist, and most importantly, helping to destroy sinister, old political dynasties. But by the way, it isn't all about me. What do you do?
Oh, I'm a content creator, but I do a little governing on the side. Anyway, first day. You're going to do great, Dr. Cleveland.
This is
Don't
real.
be glazing me, Z-Man.
Okay.
But hey, I'm a little nervous. I got to be honest with you. Whenever I get nervous, I treat myself to a new beret. This one is a new color that the shop just got in. Red.
Oh, looks good on you, Dr. Cleveland. Anyway, there's something I have to get to. Do you mind if we get this show on the road?
Oh, no worries. I got a train to go out and patrol. You mind if I put on something that helped get me through cat med allergy school?
What the fuck is this?
Now I know you. You're that guy who couldn't bench press 30 pounds?
31 pounds.
Yow!
I gotta be honest, I hadn't watched the whole thing. This was posted by the New York City mayor's office, and I'm baffled by it. I'm just absolutely baffled. Why? Why was this made? Okay. Well, the answer is in a very short description of this video. Inner Circle is an annual charity gala organized by the New York City Press Corps. Every year, the mayor's office and staff are asked to be a part of it, making videos and sketches spoofing themselves. This played last weekend at the event. We thought you might like to see it for yourself. So, they put it out as part of like a yearly gala for the New York City press, right? That being said, this is still very weird. And I don't know what to say about it. It's so bizarre. It's also worth noting Curtis Lewa is a bad person. You know, the entire Curtis Lewa Rapman bit that I came up with was to make fun of Curtis Lewa. To make fun of him as like a crackpot, old, bigoted guy. And like, it is fun to make fun of him. I'm not gonna lie. But I wanted to bring this up not just because it's utterly bizarre, but because, believe it or not, this has caused some controversy in New York City. But not among Democrats. This has caused profound controversy in the Republican Party of New York City. And to such an extent that local news in New York City did a almost 10-minute long bit of coverage about the fallout of this sketch. So get ready, we're not done yet. Buckle yourselves in here, folks. Let's take a look.
I don't know if the nurse told you, I'm sort of going through a midlife crisis, you know, changing careers. It's been a little traumatic.
What were you doing before?
Oh, you know, hosting radio shows, protecting parades' right to exist, and most importantly, helping to destroy sinister, old political dynasties. But by the way, it isn't all about me. What do you do?
Oh, I'm a content creator, but I do a little governing on the side. Anyway, first day. You're going to do great, Dr. Cleveland.
Don't be glazing me, Z-Man.
The sudden
Welcome
silence
back
is
to
funny.
Inside City Hall. That was Mayor Mamdani and his former Republican opponent, Curtis Sliwa, teaming up to make a comedic video this past weekend that angered some members of the GOP. The pre-recorded video was shown at the annual Inner Circle charity dinner, where the city's press corps gathers to roast the mayor, and the mayor then offers a rebuttal, which in this case included the Guardian.
Yes, that was actually Curtis Sliwa.
An angel leader playing the role of a Dr. Clewa, who was administering the mayor a cat allergy shot.
It might have been a bit subtle. That was Curtis Sliwa, but he was in this sketch under a pseudonym. Shirtis Clewa. It's very, very clever and very subtle.
Curtis Sliwa joins me now to talk more about this and more. First of all, welcome back to the show. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
I was there at the event on Saturday night. It got some laughs. You know, I felt like it was in the context of, you know, all these other comedy sketches in the show. It didn't really stand out to me, but it clearly touched a nerve among some Republican leaders who were bashing you, you know, in some newspaper articles and on social media for, you know, for daring to actually collaborate with Mayor Mamdani.
I was accused of cat collusion with the mayor. One single item that we agree on. As you know, the Wall Street Journal did a story about the mayor and his wife. They're going to bring a cat into Gracie Mansion. But for the mayor, he has to take 6 shots because he's allergic. I said, this is outstanding. Because you know, with me and my wife, Nancy, all cat lives matter. The president really drilled me, you know, in the campaign. What, he's going to bring cats into Gracie Mansion? Yes, Mr. President.
What is going on? The Ratmen are going on. The Ratmen. All right, we need to bring as many cats into Gracie Manor as possible to stop the Ratman menace. If they even think we don't have cats in Gracie Manor, they'll rise up in their drilling machines and their underground diggers and come right up through the floorboards. That's why we need the cats. The cats will stop their digging machine.
People love animals, whether they happen to be Democrats, Republicans, or independents. So his staff called me up about 2 weeks ago and said, we want to do a skit involving you as a doctor giving him the allergy medication because the mayor is going to be bringing a cat into Gracie Manor. I said, absolutely. He sent me a script. We were good to go. I went to City Hall. We shot it. And this is for the Inner Circle. I've been going there ever since David Dinkins was the mayor. What a great charity. To help all these young men and women who are aspiring journalists going to school. Look, Bobby, you journalists, you don't get paid anything. Let's face it. It's a difficult time with artificial intelligence just wiping out jobs. So why wouldn't we all come together in unification instead of this constant vitriol and polarization? And this is what Inner Circle does. It brings everybody together.
Which, let me ask you this. When you guys actually shot the video, what was it like actually being with the mayor in that sort of more relaxed atmosphere, removed from the heat of the campaign? You guys got along?
We were fighting for lens time. You know, he's lens lights, I'm lens lights. You know, that's my line. But you understand, when it comes to getting across a point, he knows how to deliver a message. I think from the streets and the subways, I know how to deliver a message, and it was all about...
That's right, I know how to deliver a message to the Ratman. Don't mess with my streets, Ratman. Don't mess with my subways. I've been down in the dark, in the muck, in the absolute pitch black heart underneath New York City. I've seen the amber gates, I've seen their burrow, and I've seen their beady little eyes gleaming in the dark. I know how to deliver a message to them. And I'm here to say no rats in my USA.
The cats about animals, and oh, so many people getting melodramatic.
Now, did you actually hear from people after Saturday night who were upset with you, or you just read about it in the newspaper?
No, Bobby, nobody comes up to me because they know I'd put them in check. I'd say, this is about the animals. We can go back to arguing tomorrow, and they really need to understand the importance of journalists. Because you see, I have some Republicans, you know, Bobby. Fake news, Bobby Kusa. I don't like that story. Fake. Absolutely not. Now, you know I've been hit pretty hard sometimes by journalists, and sometimes you learn a lot from it, like, yeah, they got me. I got to learn from this. We need journalists because we depend on politicians. They all lie. Come on, I don't trust any politicians.
But it seems like the vitriol that was directed towards you, I saw a lot of it on social media from figures on the right, was the idea that you would, consort with Zoran Mamdani in any form or fashion. I mean, what does that say about where we are in our
Slowly I turn. I remember November 27th, the most powerful man in the world who did everything to prevent me from being mayor, all of a sudden said this existential threat, Zoran Mamdani, cannot be the mayor of New York City. And then all of a sudden it was a love fest. Zoran and Trump, one meeting, they resolved what to do about housing. He's had a second meeting. He left the meeting. He forgot to ask, Mr. President, there's a woman who's just been detained by ICE in Columbia University. Do you think you could move to free her, extricate her? Absolutely. So if the President of the United States texts and phone calls Zoran on a regular basis, and they agree to disagree on everything else, but they want to build housing in New York, and then John Catsimatidis goes to City Hall, has a meeting with him for an hour. This is the guy who led the billionaires to say, we're out of here, and now we want to help them. But I do.
It's really weird outside of, it's really weird to see a New York City Republican who is still tethered to some semblance of reality. Because I do want to emphasize, Curtis Lewa is he's a bigot. He's not a good guy, right? But the fact that he is able to still talk about actual real things that are happening without going into fucking cuckoo land compared to someone like Donald Trump or any of the congressional Republicans, it's weird. It is very strange. He's Archie Bunker-esque. He really is,
Do a video with him, and somehow I'm the bad guy.
So there was a conspiracy theory that some subscribed to during the campaign, including former Mayor Eric Adams, that you were, during the campaign, colluding with Zoran Mamdani in order to play the spoiler and prevent Andrew Cuomo or anybody else from being elected mayor. Mayor Mamdani was actually asked about that today. Take a listen to what he had to say.
I think the only conspiracy that's on offer is two people who have a sense of humor and are willing to poke fun at themselves. What New Yorkers want to see is a city where we can vehemently disagree with each other and also still know that we live in the same city. And a sense of humor, I think, is a prerequisite to being a New Yorker. And all of these people who can't distinguish between a sketch and reality, I think it shows some of the problems they're having with their politics.
Absolutely. I call the caper cat collusion. Probably they're claiming George Soros was somehow involved with it. You know how these conspiracies are.
You did get me anodyne quinine. We've been dealing with mice in the basement, though, so it did freak me out genuinely.
But I've been to Yale University, Cornell, just on Friday, Princeton, other schools, in which I see the new...
I've been to all the schools. I know exactly the best ways to fight the Ratman. I've devised a way, an ingenious machine that will clog up the gears of their complicated clockwork monstrosities when they rise to the surface world.
New Gen Zers who've taken to me. I talk about unification, not this polarization. We got to be bringing people together. The new generation, they don't want to hear all this bitterness, these constant disputes. It's not good for our city. It's not good for our state. It's not good for our country. And I want to at least start bringing people together. Now, if my fellow Republicans are not happy with me, fine. But I'm independent and autonomous. I've always been that way. I'm not MAGA, and yet I've been the candidate of the Republican Party twice. I've lost twice, and I haven't been a sore loser like Eric Adams and obviously Andrew Cuomo, who's dystopian.
How do you think Mamdani is doing in these first 100 days or so?
Bobby Cousy, I give every mayor when they're first in up until Memorial Day, because they're doing the chicken dance now. They always do this. The budget, we're broke, we don't have money. He wants the billionaire tax, no more property tax. Let's see where he's at on Memorial Day. And you know me, I'm not shy about criticizing anybody. But what's fair is fair. He inherited part of the Eric Adams administration. He's putting his own people into place. Let's see where we are on May 30th. Unlike Eric Adams, who right away was selling crime coin, Bitcoin, did a pump and dump $1 million out with the bag man, Frank Carone, right? First thing, as leaving...
Dude's kind of spitting here, and I hate it.
Office, and then Andrew Cuomo keeps mumbling, I should have been the mayor. Curtis Lewa kept me from being the mayor. Let's do the math, Bobby. If every Curtis Lewa supporter had voted for Andrew Cuomo, he would have lost.
Let me ask you this, just a few seconds left, but you have a new show, by the way, on WOR, is that right?
That's right, and it's a different kind of show because there's Larry Menti, Curtis Lewa in the morning. We agree, we disagree. It's not an echo chamber on 710 WOR, the first talk radio station in New York City and the best.
And you left WABC because of... well, we won't get into your disagreements with them. By the way, they now have an Andrew Cuomo show. He has his own talk show on WABC. Have you listened to that?
The most boring talk radio program. He's like a professor. He lectures you. You know, he doesn't understand this thing of mine, talk radio. And WABC has become always bashing Curtis, always blaming Curtis. Do what you have to do. I'm on my mission. I'm in the subways and streets every day with the Guardian Angels, taking care of the homeless and the emotionally disturbed. I'm not just complaining. I'm always active in doing something about it.
All right, we got to go. Are you running for mayor again, 2029?
You know, they're spreading these rumors out. I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow. You know, Bobby? I got people out. You remember, I got shot 5 times.
I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow. I could be enjoying my 5 cats and my wife. Or I could be down in my underground bunker, plotting and scheming to destroy the Ratman's main hive. You know, they're quite intelligent.
Times in the back of that yellow cab with 5 hollow point bullets. I need to remind you, got many enemies out there. So I take life day to day. Yep. But remember, all cats' lives matter. And I did it for the cats.
And you can hear all about it every day on WOR. So a little plug for your show there. Curtis Lewa, thank you for coming in as always. Always a pleasure.
A cat for every man. No rats for every family and household. That's what I say. What an insane situation to unfold here. People attacking Curtis Lewa over being involved in this. What's that? A Jazz Dog tune? Battle against a Rat Man?
Deep underground rat-eating sewer hounds prowling around these parts, always hidden in the dark. Suddenly they screech incoherent rodent speech. Such a putrid smell permeates a sewer well. One man stands alone, red beret above his dome. Sleewa was his name, fighting, climbing rodent game. Be the rat men who live in sewer rat dens. Taking one last breath, if time we fight, I'll do the death.
You did not have to cook this hard, Jazz Dog. You did not have to cook this hard on this track. It's fucking nuts. The Ratman versus the Catman.
Oh, geez, Sarge. You're telling me that I needed to go after this Ratman. I needed to, like, bait him or something. So, I gave him a whole wheel of cheese, Sarge. It cost like $2,000, and I used your credit card, Sarge. I'm sorry. I thought it was gonna be a good investment, but oh, geez, I'm gonna get it now. Oh.
So good. Oh my god. Well, I have bad news for all of you. By watching this segment, you've been turned into a normal rat.
Rat is this. The rats are all like this. The rat goes like this. So the rat's like this. The normal rat is like this. That's the normal rat. Like this, like this. It sniffs. It's like this for quite a while. He's like this. And then maybe he sniffs. You are now a normal rat.
Too late. You can't stop. You've now become normal rats. You've been force raticized. What cocaine does to a man. Indeed, indeed. I miss your Jordan Peterson impression, too. Your Peter Jordanson impression. Well, you see, what do you mean when you talk about being a rat? You see, a rat can be many things. A rat can be a physical rodent. It can also be a state of mind. For whomst among us has not identified with a rat? When you identify with a rat, in essence, you are ceding part of yourself to the idea of ratness. And as you begin to ratify yourself, in turn, the rat becomes you. And in this way, you are making an appeal to an eternal form. The kind of thing that ancient philosophers would talk about. You have tapped into a supernatural transcendent force. Something that people have been arguing about through the ages. And now you have become the form of rat. It can also mean a small rodent that just wants to eat your pizza. Anyway, just a silly segment. Everything's been so serious and so doom and gloom recently. I thought you guys would appreciate this bizarre rabbit hole that I genuinely have no real explanation for or any real substantial commentary on. So I hope you all enjoyed that. If you did, hit that like button, leave a comment. Comments longer than 8 words help in the algorithm. Hit the subscribe button. And folks, also consider getting involved in organizing. Organize with your local Dems to radicalize them and make them become more progressive. Help them jettison the dead weight of centrists. And also, folks, join your local DSA, help organize labor in your community, and, help pass pro-labor policies in your local political theater. So, folks, if you need help getting involved with that, join our Discord. Reach out to GamerG for help with your DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. And, folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men and cis women and non-binary folks. It is comfortable, non-tucking lingerie. It is attractive and sexy. Go check it out. New sizes, styles, and colors coming in the near future. Link should be down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. I need radicalize on a shirt. Hell yeah. Non-tucking people, it will make you a Super Saiyan. Hell yeah, Amber Rose Railways. RBJ Ratman merch when? I gotta be honest, merch has not been a high priority for me. But I would love to like sit down and figure out merch stuff that we could do. I've been so busy that I have not had the time to sit down and like design out new merch or do anything along those lines. I think it'd be really, really good. Honestly, what I should do is write a D&D adventure campaign set in the Ratman underworld, the Underdark campaign beneath New York City. Riverboat Jack pins? That'd be a really good idea. Oh, hell yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying the sticker sheet, Banana Brains. The Riverboat Jack flamethrower. The kids love it. Am I a man or am I a rat? Or am I a rat man? What am I? What am I? I don't know anymore. What am I? What am I? I don't know anymore. Am I rat or am I man? I don't know if I can. Oh no. I've become the Rat Man. Oh God. It's all so stupid. I'm sorry. I'm having fun. I'm having fun tonight. That was completely random and I love it. Yeah, just the slowly expanding world of Ratman lore. Riverboat Jack plushies. I don't know how I'd make that happen. I'll look into it though. Jazz Dog should sample that. Oh God. Riverboat Derringer and Garter Belt. Imogene Olivia is at some point going to make a Garter Belt situation, so that'll at least happen, you know? The plushies would have to be shimp. I agree. Riverboat Jack condoms. No, I think I have to draw the line somewhere. You know what? I'm gonna go use the bathroom. We've been going for almost 4 hours. When I get back, we will continue. BRB, everybody.
Tonight, we made history. In the words of Nelson Mandela, it always seems impossible until it is done. My friends, we have done it. I will be your Democratic nominee for the mayor of New York City.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims to meet our shareholders' expectations.
including children, have lost their health insurance.
What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades, saying they recognize the problem and they make promises to do something, and then almost nothing happens.
You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. Hear the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie.
Seniors are the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets the motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
now they're looking at your posts, they're looking at your anger, and they're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
Increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments.
Hello, everyone. How we doing? John Fallon. Sorry I missed it. Oh, Daddy. R. Vega. Hello. Howdy, folks. She's gonna bang too hard and those phones are gonna fly. It's true. It's true. Okay. Now, I have several things that I would like to talk about. I think the only thing I have the capacity to talk about is going to be this speech by Nick Shirley. We gotta take our CPAC in doses. Gnome time? I think I've got one segment left in me, and I want to do this Nick Shirley speech. Hello, Catabingo Rising Revengeance. Also, folks, if you've been enjoying the show, please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and consider supporting the show financially, because you guys make it possible for me to do what I do. Couldn't do it without you fine folks chipping in every single stream. Very much appreciated from every single one of y'all. When in relation to this CPAC speech, did Nick Shirley go JQ? No idea. I genuinely was unaware that he did go JQ, but it would be unsurprising if he did so. Whew. All right. Let's do it. So, folks, we gotta talk about Nick Shirley at CPAC. This little cretin brought down ICE on Minneapolis. I hold him, at the very least, indirectly responsible for the deaths that have occurred here as a result of ICE being unleashed upon my city. And I think this man genuinely might be in the running for the dumbest guy on the conservative right, which is really saying something. Like, you've got an entire pantheon of Dave Rubins, of what's his butt with the I want to say Rothmus, but I know that's a different guy. The guy who has the rotting rat for an alarm clock. You guys know which guy I'm talking about. He has a blood wall. Asmongold, that's it.
Keep doing what you do.
Thank you, Northern
make
Fox.
my nights so much better and give me motivation to get active.
Hell yeah. But let's dive into it. Let's see what Nick Shirley's big CPAC speech was about. The guy who got famous somehow for knocking on the doors of child care institutions demanding to be presented with children and then crying fraud when they wouldn't show him kids at his whim when he showed up with 6 guys in masks behind him. It's awful. It's awful. He's awful. Let's see what this crusty ass twink has to say.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. The Dogs of Doge with Nick Shirley is the name of his... Okay, alright. This is already stupid.
I'm super excited to be here and to be able to speak to you guys today. And I'm not here to speak on behalf of Republicans nor Democrats. I'm here to speak.
I'm not here to speak on behalf of Democrats or Republicans. I say at the Conservative Political Action Conference. I can barely string a couple words together.
On behalf of we the people. I think nowadays.
Yeah, I speak on behalf of everybody, which is why I am at an extraordinarily partisan political conference.
We can all agree that we all just want to live the American dream and have the best life possible.
You know, unless you're an immigrant following the law, but you don't give a shit if they're legally here. You don't give a shit if they're not doing anything wrong. You don't give a shit if they're not doing anything illegal. You want to steal the American dream from people who look different from you because you can profit off of their misery. You little dickless weasel.
However, it feels that sometimes, actually a lot of times, non-controversial issues are becoming controversial inside of America. For instance, if you take a look at the idea of deporting illegal migrants, that word is illegal. That should not be controversial.
People who cross the border are not illegal. The kind of law breaking they have done, to whatever extent it is considered law breaking, is equivalent to getting a parking ticket. Do you think you should be put in a concentration camp for getting a parking ticket? Do you think you should have your entire life blown up because of a parking ticket? Like, people who drive over the speed limit are literally bigger criminals than someone who has entered the country, you know, through what Nick Shirley considers unlawful means. You know? And not only that, just want to point out here, we're talking about, like, administrative misdemeanors. We're talking about issues that could be solved with, like, paperwork and paying, like, a fine. That should not be controversial, says barely literate man.
Or the idea that showing your ID to vote has become controversial.
People haven't had to show their ID to vote. That's a new development. The only reason people are being asked to show their ID to vote is to make it harder to vote. It's to make it so that fewer people are able to vote. To make it so that, you know, the system is rigged towards, you know, folks who have the means, who have the time, etc., to actually, you know, clear the hurdles to be able to vote. You don't need an ID to vote. They have voter rolls. They have voter registration. This isn't difficult here.
That's not controversial either. The idea that fraud is bad has become controversial. How is that controversial? I know a little bit about fraud.
How is that controversial? Well, because you're saying, well, it's not controversial in response to something that was literally pushed for by a lobbying organization representing a variety of different corporations, and the corporations that wanted voter ID laws were literally private prison corporations, the exact private prison corporations that, by the way, are profiting off of slave labor, and also who are profiting off of the deportation of, or rather, not the deportation, the holding of people indefinitely awaiting their deportation. Yeah, that's how it became controversial.
I know a little bit about Minnesota daycares as well.
No, you don't. You're a random guy who showed up with a camera and like 6 armed security guys in masks behind you, demanding to be shown like babies at daycare centers. And when people said, no, we're not going to do that, you're a creepy weirdo off the street, you then made an hour-long video about it, claiming that it was evidence of fraud. This guy is so fucking dumb, guys. This guy is so fucking dumb. He went to a medical administration building and walked around its halls going, I don't see any healthcare happening here, when he was walking past the offices of home health companies. Home health companies send nurses to homes. They don't do the healthcare at the administrative building. This guy is dumb as a box of rocks.
And it's crazy to think that we live in a world where somebody who exposes fraud can then be painted as the bad man from the politicians where he exposed the fraud. Shouldn't they be excited to know that the fraud is being exposed, because that's not a Republican dollar or a Democrat dollar, it's actually our dollars.
Bro, you didn't even expose fraud. You got a guy whose entire history is working in lockstep with the Minnesota GOP to, like, present you evidence that he fucking bullshit fabricated of, like, things he thought were suspicious because he's a raging racist lunatic who hates Somali folks. He's a long history of calling them literal demons.
I've never gotten a dollar bill that says right or red or blue or right or left. We all live inside of the same country.
Red, right, or roo, huh? Am I right, guys?
We should all want the best for our country. And when you see fraud inside of our country taking place at literally rampant levels, for instance, in Minnesota, there were programs like autism where you have 10,000% increases in the budget for autism. And this money...
This guy is really stupid. This guy is like autism, 10,000% increase to autism. It's like, yeah, maybe more people are being diagnosed than there were like 20 years ago because we know more about how to diagnose autism now. It's not difficult to figure out. Nick Shirley's so dumb that even asses are like, whoa, bro, we don't want to be associated with that.
Then goes into the hands of fraudsters. How does somebody not look at that and say, there's a 10,000% increase in the budget for autism? Is there a 10,000% increase in autistic children inside of our neighborhoods? And if the answer is no, how are they justifying a 10,000% increase in the budget? And in other instances, like California, where you have a 1,000% increase in hospices.
Just in case anyone is curious, the rate of diagnosis of autism went from 1 in 150 to 1 in 31 over the course of 22 years because we got better at diagnosing autism. That's it. And so the government increased the budget to provide assistance for people who have autistic children. It's not difficult to figure out. We learned how to do this better, and it turned out more people needed more assistance. It's not that difficult. Also, the budget to assist folks who have children with autism was tiny back in 2000. It's bigger now because the need has, like, become more apparent. I paid for all those Tylenols for nothing.
Is everyone going to die in LA?
What?
I don't think so.
I'm sorry, did I have a stroke? Did I pass out? Did I black out and just miss how the fuck he's talking about people dying in LA?
To have And in other instances, like California, where you have 1,000% increase in hospices. Is everyone going to die in LA?
Yes, people are in fact mortal. Everyone in LA will die at some point. And also, there's an increase in hospice care because more people are dying as the baby boomer generation gets older. This isn't difficult. This isn't difficult to understand, man. Like, more people are getting older right now than previously were getting older. And also, more people have like retirement funds and the ability to pay for end of life care in hospice. So, and like, of course, people in LA have more ability to pay for this stuff because, generally speaking, more people in LA are wealthier. So, like, yes, man, oftentimes I have hope for the future of humanity when I see, up and coming young people, but like, man, this guy is a walking, talking example of the failure of our education system, I tell you what.
I don't think so. So the idea that here inside the United States, when we have these non-controversial issues that have become controversial, it puts us into a weird culture war where it puts people into a position to think, okay, well, wait, how are you supporting this when you're actually not benefiting we the people? We all live inside of the United States. We're not supposed to be, when elected officials elected, they're not supposed to represent 50% of the population. They're supposed to represent 100% of the population.
Man, it's really wild that you're saying that at a fucking CPAC event. One of the most partisan events in the country. You're not supposed to just represent your own constituents. You're supposed to represent everybody in your districts. Man, tell that to Republicans. Like conservatives fight to like better the lives of conservative mega donors. Folks on the left, we fight for Medicare for all. Not just Medicare for like, wealthy people. It's Medicare for all. And like, this guy's like, well, why can't you're supposed to represent everybody? You think Donald Trump fucking represents everybody, bud? One of the most, one of the biggest piss babies on earth, whose like main platform is just fulfilling personal vendettas and getting petty revenge on his adversaries. Okay.
In an instance where fraud is taking place inside our country, each and every single person should want to crack down on that fraud. Because if we don't, these people can continue just to literally steal our dollars. And they steal our dollars, and then...
I just want to say, you know what? I'm going to look it up right now. Okay? Do-do. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Do-do. Do-do-do-do. 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 Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. 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 Okay, so just as an FYI, in the time since Nick Shirley dropped his fraud expose, no fraud has actually been demonstrated from any of these daycares. And they have been the target of investigation. So, just as an FYI, worth noting that, I suppose.
They send it overseas, and once it's overseas, we can't ever get that money back. And that's something that I've learned as I've gone about exposing this fraud. And a lot of times, these people that are...
That's not fraud. They're getting paid, and they're choosing to spend what they got paid by sending it back to their family. That's just having the freedom to move your own stuff around.
Taking our tax dollars are foreigners who are not even from the United States of America, and they're stealing our money. And it's just been so crazy to see how in all 50 states there is fraud. However, it seems to be that most of the fraud is in a lot of these blue cities. And when you go out and expose the fraud, I mean, I think Gavin Newsom, he posted a photo of me the other day and had 10 cameras on me, an AI-generated image saying, "Where are the kids?" trying to depict me as a pervert for exposing fraud. How sick does a governor have to be to say that the kid exposing the fraud is the bad person?
It's interesting how sometimes he's a man and other times he's a kid. He's a grown-ass adult, number one. Number two, you were knocking on doors of daycares demanding to be shown children. Like, genuinely, if I, a trans person, went around knocking on the doors of daycares and filming it, there would be a fucking scandal, all right, but there would be millions of people calling for my execution for being like a weird creep, okay? And you did it, and Republicans embrace you because you're a white man, and you might be the dumbest man ever to exist, but they agree with your preconceived notions of, you know, foreigners being bad and like, you know, clearly they're trying to steal from us, etc., etc., etc. Like they buy into all your racist garbage. But like fundamentally what you're doing is knocking on doors and demanding to be shown children that are not yours. You're a guy off the street trying to go into a daycare to see kids. And that is really fucking weird and gross.
Versus the fraudsters that are stealing the money. And going through this experience of exposing this fraud, I finally came to understand why, for instance, why'd they attack Elon Musk so hard? Why'd they burn down his factories? Or why'd they burn down his cars? Or why'd they attack him so much when he was simply exposing fraud to help every single citizen? Well, it just happens to be that these politicians don't want the fraud to be exposed because they're involved in the fraud. And
man, even these guys are clapping like they know he's full of shit.
Nowadays, since I've posted that video, my life has changed. It changed a little bit. I'm speaking here in front of all you guys, so thank you. But my life's changed a little bit because the idea that a governor, for instance, Gavin Newsom, can go ahead and post that photo, and everyone knows that I'm not the bad man for exposing the fraud, but a small group will then think, wow, that kid is a bad person. He is...
I'm sorry, did he just go from calling himself a man to a kid again? It's so weird.
What they're trying to depict me to be. That now I have to walk around with security when I go to cities. Or
when I want to be, it's my birthday. I'm just a little birthday boy. But when I'm doing something cool, I'm a big tough man.
People will try to literally... Last time I was in California, I was just there the other day. I couldn't stay at a hotel because last time I was in California, after I posted that fraud video, somebody tried to take a photo and put it into a Reddit group chat, and a group of people were looking for me because I exposed the fraud. Like, that's crazy.
You didn't expose any fraud. None of the videos you've put out have actually included any substantiated fraud at all. This is fucking nuts. Like, here, let me take a look here. Looking for a specific article. There we go. Yeah, here we go. Here's the very conservative outlet, the Washington Examiner. Okay? Let's just take a quick look. This article is from December 30th of last year. Minnesota officials reveal previous investigations into child daycare centers uncovered no findings of fraud. Minnesota State Commissioner announced on Monday that past investigations of several child care centers at the focus of a viral video on fraudulent daycares have not produced any findings of fraud. That's from a conservative outlet, guys. And like, he's still going around making these claims, and it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit, guys.
To think that we live in a society nowadays where somebody going to do a big public service for the country has to worry for their life. And it actually makes me a bit upset, because how have we gotten to that point where we've lost common sense and where non-controversial issues have become controversial? And it's actually very worrisome. And a lot of people come up to me and say, well, Nick, how can we help? Or how do we do what you did inside our own communities? Or how do you have like the courage to go out and do this? And I've really fallen in love with the quote or the speech from Theodore Roosevelt that's called "The Man in the Arena," and it talks about critics and talks about how like you don't ever worry what a critic does as long as you know you're fighting for a worthy cause, and it doesn't matter if you fail as long as you're working for a worthy cause. But who's to say that you're not the one risking everything, standing there all alone, going about it? And why should you worry about the critics?
Yeah, you're a real hero, man.
The naysayers, or why should you worry about the opposition when you're fighting for a worthy cause? We all are fighting for a worthy cause inside of our communities, with our families, in our churches, at our schools, because a lot of things that we're fighting against are non-controversial issues that have become controversial. No girl should ever have to worry about a man playing on their sports team. Like, the idea that that's become controversial is insane.
we got transphobia here out of left field.
Who are ready to become that man in the arena to be able to confront the opposition, confront those critics. Because if no one does, they will win.
Is the background music supposed to be inspiring? No.
That aren't controversial.
It's Oblivion NPC music.
Each one of us have to step up and become that person who steps in the arena and says, I don't care what they say, or I don't care what he or she says, I'm going to do it because it's a worthy cause. And if we don't...
Is this your music or his? It's mine.
Because if you don't, the critics will win. And their voices are a lot louder. That's how they try to intimidate you. Imagine if I would have been intimidated by Governor Walz calling me a delusional conspiracy theorist, a far-right white supremacist, or all the other things that those politicians called me. In fact, they even incited.
He can't say white supremacist. I'm a white supremacist. What are you talking about? This fucking daughter. It's oh my god. Imagine if I had been intimidated. You literally didn't go to the hotel you had booked, man. You have been intimidated multiple times by people pointing out that what you did is fucking weird.
Riots inside their cities for somebody who exposed fraud. Meanwhile, the Leering Center, it wasn't much to hide. Like, that fraud was very obvious. In fact, the Leering Center then even closed down. They fled the city because they know they're committing fraud. And one thing for you guys to think about is, who are the critics? Who are those people that are saying that you're the bad person, or that what you're doing is not right? Well, a lot of times it's the media. A lot of the times it's that person who listens to the media where they've lost that idea of common sense thinking. And so nowadays, the most important thing I feel like for any of us to do is to think, okay, is the cause I'm fighting for, is it a controversial issue? Or is it actually non-controversial, but it's an issue that has become controversial from the critics? And we cannot ever pander to the critics, and we have to keep pursuing a worthy cause. Because what we're fighting for is worthy. America is the greatest country in the world. And people like to act like it's not, but meanwhile, all the other countries had thousands of years to do it. We had 250 years to do it. And whatever made us the greatest...
What the fuck are you talking about? Other countries had thousands of years to become great. We only had 250. We're so strong and big. No one can match how great we are. When we are together and love America,
this country in those 250 years, we need to make sure that it remains that same way, or else we will fall and the critics will win, and we will not stay the greatest country in the world. And so that's my message for you guys today, is to think, really, okay, what cause are we fighting for? Is it a worthy cause? Is it something that's actually not controversial, but maybe the mainstream media or a critic has told me that that's a controversial issue? And when you know it's not, fight and be ready to become the man or the woman in the arena, because if you don't, the critics...
Wait a minute. Be ready to become the man or woman in the arena? Is Nick Shirley saying anyone can become a man or woman in the arena? Is what America's really about becoming a man or woman in the arena? It's non-binary erasure, but you know, I think this guy is accidentally being trans-affirming. You know what?
Fucking pronouns!
He gets the fucking pronouns award.
We'll win, and this is the greatest country in the world for a reason. We did it in 250 years. Everyone else had thousands of years to do it, and we did that.
Oh my god, he's saying the stupid thing again. Why would you say it again? Why would you say this like it's a good point? Everywhere else had thousands of years to be great. America is just 250 years. Like, this is genuinely some of the dumbest shit I've ever seen conservatives slop up. This is sub Tim Pool level, and Tim Pool is maybe one of the, like, creates maybe the lowest common denominator conservative slop that's out there. You know? Like, get this man on a show with Dave Rubin and, I've already forgotten his name. Dave Rubin, What If Alt Hist, Nick Shirley, Tim Pool, and the Rat Man, okay? Get all of them on a show together and just watch the stupid fly, okay? If we get them all in the same room, I have a theory that they're just going to collapse into one another like a black hole. It's going to look like a dying star in there. All right? It's just going to implode the earth. And, you know, honestly, we might deserve that fate. Don't forget Moonlord. We can forget Moonlord. It's fine.
I'm proud to be here today, and I know you guys are all ready to become that man or that woman in the arena, because it is a worthy cause that we are fighting for.
But don't get in that arena. If you're becoming that man in the arena, don't get in that arena with a woman, And if you're becoming a woman in that arena, don't get in that arena with a man, because no men in women's sports. Am I right? Everybody, ha 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 ha. Ha, it makes sense if you squint your brain about it. Ha 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 ha.
Thank you.
Also, you know that people are going to describe Nick Shirley as like this brilliant up and coming content creator. And I want you to search your heart. Was that the whole speech? That was the whole speech. I want you guys to search your heart. Was there anything impressive about that man? Was there anything insightful? Was there anything interesting that he said? Or was it maybe one of the most boring speeches you've ever heard? And also his ideas were stupid, stale, and bad. Like, even by conservative standards. Like, I don't know how they're gonna pull off treating this guy like he is the wrinkliest brained boy in the room, but I am excited to see them try to bend over backwards to call this guy, who is so clearly an unintelligent and uninterested slop bag of a human. I'm interested to see how they're going to try and sell him as like the smartest boy. And man, guys, you need to organize. You need to organize. We can't let this guy beat us. This is our opposition. Okay, when we're talking about organizing folks in the Democratic Party, kicking out centrists, kicking out establishment Dems, and making our Democratic Party more progressive and more pro-working class, when we talk about organizing with labor unions through the DSA and making DSA more effective, we are talking about beating the kind of money that props up a guy who is that fucking dumb and tries to sell him as the newest intellectual hotshot. Okay? So I want you to look at that and think to yourselves, I could do better than that if I was uncaffeinated and operating on 5 minutes of sleep. Okay? I want you to look at that and be like, yeah, I could show up and knock on some doors to make sure this guy gets nowhere near power. Yeah, I could show up and phone bank. I could show up and volunteer. I could make things happen. Okay? And like, I want you guys to start asking yourselves, can I show up at my local Democratic meetings once a month? Can I show up at my local DSA meetings once a month and like make that happen? Because I think a lot of folks can. I think a lot of you want to. You have the agency to change your local political space and make sure no one like Nick Shirley can ever get remotely close to power ever again in your city, in your town, in your county, in your state. You can make sure that that never happens. Okay? So organize, folks. Organize, organize, organize. And also, I just want to say, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, subscribe, leave a comment. Comments longer than 8 words help in the algorithm. And also, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, non-tucking lingerie that is sexy and also just cool as shit. It's very comfortable. I'm wearing it right now. I've been wearing it throughout the entire show. It's wonderful. Go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. We've got new sizes, styles, and colors coming in the near future. And also, you know what? Check it out, because you know what? Knowing it exists would piss off someone like Nick Shirley, whose entire career is going to be built off of bigotry from here on out. You know, check it out. Make some cool stuff happen. And, you know, if you are an ally and someone you love or know is trans, you can also buy them a gift card over there. So check it out. Link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. Whew. I am tired. Wire Sponge says, going to DFL meetings has been such a genuinely uplifting experience. The sense of community is super motivating. Hell yeah. If you feel alone and isolated, going to those meetings can be a huge uplifting experience. Tell your friends to whom you'd mention lingerie to. True. Tell your trans peeps. I got a question about your blanket merch, if that's okay. Go for it. I gotta be honest though. I have not looked at my merch page in ages, so I might not have ready answers for you. This guy is as dumb as they want everyone to be. I think that's true. Yeah. Am I able to put it in a blanket warmer? I don't know what a blanket warmer is, so I'm not sure. Would you be willing to sell signed Dr. Softhole as merch? You know, there's probably a way I could do that. Look at me, I did a thing all by myself, mommy. That is the Nick Shirley vibe. Blanket warmers are pretty non-controversial. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Is the material flammable is what they mean? Aren't most blankets flammable? I feel really stupid. I have been streaming for 4.5 hours and I've been operating on not very much sleep. You can have a variety of color options, a variety of googly eyes. You know what? Salmon Moose sent this to me, and I feel obligated now that you guys are talking about this. To
Hey, please don't mind my appearance. I just got a spray tan, haven't rinsed it yet. I look crazy, but I wanted to talk to you about one of my favorite articles that I have come across in my research, which is Object Personification in Autism. This paper will be very sad if you don't read it. First of all, the title is iconic. Second of all, this paper is about something really important, which is that people with autism tend to personify or think of non-human objects as human or as closely related to them, as a part of them, as similar to as you would think of as a friend, etc., etc. They personify objects and animals and plants and all sorts of things at a much higher rate than people without autism, and also they continue this behavior for much longer, like into adulthood. Which for me makes a lot of sense why I'm still so attached to stuffed animals, why I'm still so attached to my dolls, and why I never grew out of that because I'm autistic. But it also, when I was a kid, I would get really upset if I had to eat like a lollipop that looked like a bunny, or like I would say things were just too cute to eat or too cute to mess up. This one time we were doing an art project in school where we had to like stamp stuff into a piece of leather, and I named the piece of leather Mr. Leather, and I got so attached to it that I didn't want to hit it with a hammer and do the project. And that's kind of a silly story, but the reason why this research is so important is because it goes against when in ABA they say access to tangibles is a function of behavior. Because you're not explaining the deep emotional connection that these people have to tangible objects. So the interventions don't work because they're not considering the emotion behind it. The research is right here. I mean, you can't say that it's not. So when your kid in class, you know, brings her Barbie to school and wants her Barbie to sit with her at school, and you say first work, then Barbie, like you are severing an emotional attachment. It's more than just listening. It's more than just compliance. It's more than doing the work. Like that's like if I said you had to leave your child behind before you could go into work. It doesn't make them feel safe. So that's why I never had strict rules in my classroom about objects. Like I pretty much always let kids hold whatever they wanted to hold. And usually it was not causing me any problems. Anyway, I just think this is one example of something that proves how interesting autism is and how much research we need to do that actually includes people with autism as active participants. No research about us without us. And the whole field of ABA is on behavior interventionists doing stuff to autistic people without their consent. Anyway, just wanted to share this article. I'll put the link. It's a great read. Hey, please don't mind my appearance. I just got a...
So, yeah, this explains a lot of the Dr. Softhole memeing you guys do. This explains a lot. I have done a violence upon so many of you. And, I feel a little bit bad. Feel a little bit bad. Sorry for, triggering so many of you. Is this ableism on Jack's part? Maybe a little. Some of it is just commitment to the bit, though. Maybe, but how much of it is commitment to the bit versus actually empathize too much with the scrunchie? Oh dear. It's too late for sorry, Jack. It's true. Nothing will bring Dr. Softhole back. Oh, God. I guess you know your audience, indeed. Anyway, folks, if you got anything out of today's show, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and consider supporting the show financially. The Ultimate Wombat, thank you for the 100 bits. Thanks for making this night's driver's shift more entertaining. Also, your hair is lovely as ever. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click 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 button. Click click button. There we go. I keep leaving the string because I think it's stream because I think it's ending. Keeps going, so I'm back. Well, this time it's ending for real. This time it's ending for real. I'm out of juice. I'm out of gas. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. Good night. I love you guys, but good night. See you all later today. Bye.
Oh, take my hand in your hand and walk with me to the promised land. Beat your drum and join the band, and we'll chase away the clouds of the morning. We don't need any more than we are. We don't have to be afraid. There is a power in these legs and arms and the voices that we can raise, saying no, we won't go away. I have heard the crowds of the old and the young when the steel canyons echoed with the songs that were sung and the streets were filled There's another day just about to unfold when another world will rise from the ashes of the old, and the meek will follow in the footsteps of the bold when we realize what's ours for the taking. We don't need any weapons of war, not a drop of blood will fall away. They are many, but we are many more, and the sky will echo our refrain. No, we won't go away. Oh, whoa, whoa, the time will come all over the earth. We will lay down our tools, their concessions we'll refuse. When there's nothing left to lose, throw our bodies on the beams and stop this infernal machine.
Good night, everyone.